Uh, and I'm very happy that with your support and cooperation, we have you know, done all the lectures, exercises, and tutorial in the last 4 days. And do hope that on this day we'll have a very good session. So this is the 10th lecture in the series by Alexander Sebastian, and the title is very important: Climate Mobility Literature Review. As I said yesterday, literature review is very important. One need to go through at length. So in that, Alex will show you critical highlight, insight of how to do the literature review. And then we have the 2 lectures here only. Then after that, we'll go for the lunch, and then the third lecture and valedictory session will be in another Mir Anis Hall, which is close by. So I hand over mic to Alex. Thank you.
Okay, so this could easily have been titled Review of the Literature or Review of the Evidence rather than Literature Review. Thank you very much. So let's go ahead and get started and go through this lecture. And I'm going to have Rajwal touch this again because he gives the magic touch. I don't know if you have the magic. You do. Okay. Let's see. You do. Okay. All right. Not everyone has that magic, but great. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's hot out there, isn't it, today, folks? My air conditioning cut off at about 5 a.m. this morning. So and then after that, I wasn't really aware until I was like, it was probably 4:30 when it cut off. And by 5, I was like, I'm really hot and really sweaty, and I don't know why this is. And then I was just up. So I'm sure that happens to many of you too. We're going to get through that. So this is, the outline for today. So what is the evidence for climate migration? What are some of the systematic reviews that are out there that have been done? What's the evidence for climate displacement and climate conflict refugee situations? Evidence for involuntary immobility. We have talked a little bit about that, linked to concepts of habitability. And then if there's time, research findings that we produced at our center, but only if there's time. So this is a conceptual or a diagram that I produced when we launched something called the Climate Mobility Network at Columbia University. Oh, by the way, all the slides are already up on the Google Drive, so you can sit tight and relax. You don't have to take pictures. They're all there for you. I won't even be upset if you open your laptop and go along in the slide deck, as long as you're not doing Snapchat and WeChat. It's all good. So I produced this to kind of, it was a collective effort, but it was sort of my thinking about how to distinguish between the different types of mobility that occur in different contexts. So in high income settings down on the bottom, the real issue for most people is jobs, income, economic impacts, and the effects are largely going to be voluntary migration, except there may be conditions where in the middle you have disasters that occur, major fires, wildfires, sea level rise and floods and storm surge, in which case you may get displacement and forced migration and you may even see resettlement and managed retreat. Again, this is the overlapping area between the high income and the low income settings where the issues can be much more pronounced around issues, as I mentioned, involuntary immobility, adaptation in place. We call that in situ adaptation. And then some of the same issues as occur in high income settings around displacement, forced migration, voluntary migration, et cetera. And then each of these has different policy implications. So we're going to talk a little bit more about some of the policy implications towards the end. So what's the evidence for climate migration? We've all seen the headlines. I don't know if these headlines appear in Indian newspapers as well. Global alert, there's going to be masses of people on the move, and climate's going to generate all that movement. So if that's, the headlines, what's the kind of evidence behind it, and where are the scientists, and what are the scientists? How are the scientists either confirming or questioning that those narratives and those headlines? The way that has been done up until now, and this is not maybe definitive, but this is the way I group things, is that we have uh, a lot of, some research, relatively limited, that goes back into like prehistory and looks at issues of environmental change and how populations responded to those environmental changes, like the Maya in Mexico and the Roman Empire. We have more recent analog events, analogs meaning, it's almost the same, but it happened about 100 years ago or 50 years ago or something. And it's not, wasn't induced by climate change per se, but the Dust Bowl in the US or the Great Sahelian droughts prompted widespread migration and movement out of certain areas. So people study those events and say, if that's what happened during the Dust Bowl in America, what might happen with a similar drying in the U.S. Today and under climate change. By far the biggest chunk of research is in these statistical analyses, and also to a slightly lesser extent these qualitative studies on the ground where people are interviewing people, they're doing focus group discussions, and they're talking to people. But we're going to talk a bit about these four types. I'll start with just the paleoclimate. There was one or two people who do paleoclimate work here. Can you raise your hands? Awesome. You did the pollen in the Sundarbans. So this is really, really important work where we're reconstructing past climate using proxies like tree rings and things like that. And that's how we get those charts that I showed you in the third lecture, where you see over time the CO2 levels going up and down and the temperatures going up and down. That's all reconstruction using ice cores and all kinds of proxy data. And even ancient texts, can give you some indication. I mean, I've referred to the Bible in some cases. There are huge droughts that occurred, in biblical times. I'm sure in your own texts in India and, Islamic texts, there are similar references to climatic and other events and the impact that had on populations. There's also archaeological evidence, and people go, digging in ruins and finding out that, people were eating foods at the time that they habited that no longer exist in that area, but because the climate had shifted and changed, those foods, they were at one time available to the populations. I actually made a big mistake. It was a little bit of it was an understandable mistake, I guess, but I had something published in Scientific American, which is kind of one of the leading popular science journals in the United States. And I published this, and I said that because of drought, it pushed the Mongols. Okay, you guys know much more about the Mongols than I do because I visited one of these Mogul. I never made the association between Mongol and Mogul, by the way, but now I know, and my history books have been but I also made the mistake of saying in this article, because I had found some evidence online. It was admittedly not a scientific study. I think it was something that I found that referred to droughts pushing the migrant migration out of the Mongol area north of China, and that that was what caused the Mongols to expand and go much farther east and go south to places like China. Well, actually, it was quite the opposite. The evidence suggests that it was a wet climate that actually fueled the Mongol expansion. And so this is kind of one of the things that makes climate mobility research so interesting, is you can have a intuitive grasp on something and say, surely it must have been drought, and that caused the all these horsemen to leave the steppes because they didn't have adequate grazing for their masses of horses and their cattle and everything. But in fact, it was the prosperity that was engendered by a wet period. Historians have long speculated that periods of drought pushed the Mongols. So this was where I got my information. But it was actually consistent rain and warm temperatures may have given the Mongols the energy source they needed to conquer Eurasia, grass for their horses. Okay, so that's a kind of journalistic summary, but there was research behind that to show that, in fact, it was a wet period And in fact, I have had conversations with some of our paleoclimatologists at Columbia talking about some of these very issues. So let's back to other evidence, and this is more recent analog events. These are the analogs to current climate migration, and you mostly have heard about these. I mean, one thing that people don't realize about the Dust Bowl in the United States is maybe the size and the impact that this had. So what happened was during the tens, in the teens and the 20s, uh, a lot of farmers pushed into this very dry area of western Oklahoma and Texas, and they started growing wheat and stuff on what was pretty productive land, and so it seemed like a good thing. But what they didn't realize is they were in the middle of a wet period that enabled them to grow crops in that area. As soon as it turned dry again, the soil, the measures they used were simply inadequate for soil conservation. They were plowing up land that really shouldn't have been cultivated. And so when it turned dry again and the wind started blowing, dust clouds started forming. I read books about this. They basically, like for days on end, they would be inside their houses with their windows taped shut because every crevasse, every cranny that would allow dust to get in, dust would form on everything that they had in their house. Anyway, long and short, eventually, the only reason Congress acted, and maybe this is a sign of what's going on today too, is Congress only acted when the dust clouds went all the way from Oklahoma to Washington, D.C. So one day they woke up and there was a huge cloud of dust coming from the Midwest. And then they said, oh, you know what? Maybe we should form something called the U.S. Soil Conservation Service. The U.S. Soil Conservation Service would help us to avoid these kinds of catastrophes in the future. So that's often how policy happens, folks. It's when it's in the wake of some disaster. And of course, one of the repercussions of this was we had masses of migrants going out to California, settling in California. Now they've depleted the water resources there. No, I'm just kidding. But, we had what they called Okies, people from Oklahoma going out to California. You can read about that in John Steinbeck's Grapes of Wrath. Other things, like I was in the second of the Great Sahelian droughts. I was there in Mauritania. I saw the dead animals strewn everywhere. I saw, the parched land. And then I actually was there for the first return of the monsoon. But what happened was there was a dust cloud like the one of the Grapes of Wrath that was so great that I had to run into my room and shut the door for 24 hours because it was, the dust. It wasn't just dust, mind you. It was also all those dead animals and all the fecal matter and everything else that was being blown my way. But other countries have experienced similar droughts and also seen massive migration out of dryland areas into cities and other places. So one of the leaders in the field of climate mobility is a guy named Etienne Piguet. You might have heard his name. He's at Lausanne in Switzerland. We've interacted a fair amount over the years. And one of the things he's done is sort of done these systematic reviews of approaches that people are taking to do studies. So he talks about 4 types of studies. One is ecological inference analysis based on area characteristics. Another is individual type 2 sample surveys where both migration and environmental data is collected at the individual or household levels. So the first is area-based, the second is household level. I'm going to show some diagrams that help you to depict this in a second. Type 3 is time series analysis, which measures the correlation in variables over time. So you have the environmental variables, you have the migration variables. That's relatively rare. And type 4 is multi-level analysis that differs from type 2, only that the environmental data is collected at the ecological level, so at the level of the state or province, but you get survey data collected from the households themselves, and you find out whether people moved or not, or what their perceptions were of that event. So here's a diagram depicting each of these. Aerial level work is great, but it can suffer from what's called the ecological fallacy, which is the notion that an event that occurs over like some change that's occurring, let's say one classic ecological fallacy has been, that deforestation in the Amazon was due to population growth. And you look at the large scale change in population, and you look at the large scale change in deforestation, the decline in forest cover, and you look at those two things and you say, well, therefore population is the main reason. There are other cases where, you know, the inference from the population level effect to the individual is questionable, and that's what the ecological fallacy is about. But that is a commonly used approach, and there's nothing per se wrong with it as long as you acknowledge the potential for ecological fallacy. The other approach is where the ecological data in green, these circles, and the household data are actually closely matched. So you have data like from remote sensing for the area around the household, like what's going on with greenness, dryness, flooding, that kind of thing. And you actually match that at a pretty close spatial scale to both where the household is and where their livelihoods are, their farms, their pastoral lands, etc. The third type is these panel series where you basically take the aerial approach, but you look at it over time. And then the fourth type is where you have only area level data, and then you have survey data for the households. Okay, I don't know if that makes sense. I have looks of puzzlement in the audience. But again, these are like the four primary approaches that are used. Like I said, some of these are more subject to the ecological fallacy. These ones where you're using aerial level data. If you don't know about it and you're a geographer, you should look up ecological fallacy. That's all I can say. Should also look up modifiable aerial unit problem and study that and learn about that. But we won't go into that right now. So flow data. There are different types of data that you can use. So one type is movement from unit X to unit Y over time period Z. We talked about different data types. These could include things like IOM does flow monitoring. They have data on flow monitoring in the Sahel. Immigration or asylum statistics might give you some indication of how many people are moving from a given country to like the US or Europe. Border apprehensions data, we've worked with those kinds of data in the US using border apprehensions, stock differencing methods, and migration matrices from censuses. So these all represent flows, whereas stock data is the count of migrants or the non-native population from unit X and unit Y at a given time. And then change data include change in relative allocations of urban rural populations. So it's basically looking at how populations are changing and inferring migration based on that. I've heard also, well, I have Fabien Coutier, my postdoc, former postdoc, now associate research scientist and soon to be professor at the University of Geneva, has used data on ethnic composition from the demographic and health surveys in Africa. Why is that? He could use it because he knew that all the co-ethnics of a particular group typically were from a certain region of a country. And if you had someone from that ethnic group in another region of the country, it meant they had migrated there. They had actually moved there. So he could infer migration from that. There's also issues with each of these data types in accounting for return migration and also births to migrants. So migrants move, then they have families and they have births, and so they're the second generation. So that's an issue that occurs in many types of data. So these are kind of standardized statistical, this is examples of standardized statistical studies. I'm not going to go into all the coefficients, but what I will note is that this is using interprovincial migration in South America from 1970 to 2011, and they're basically looking, they have different data sets, so they're not all consistent, but they had these migration-related data for different countries, and then they looked at changes in things like monthly temperature, rainfall above certain standard deviations, etc., and tried to identify whether any of these things explained the change, the migration from one province to another. So it was a fairly sophisticated study. I think the main point that I will make is that you'll notice that these coefficients vary from country to country very heavily. So results may vary. I don't know if you've heard that expression on TV. We always whenever they do something on TV with a product, they say, use this product, but results may vary. So results may vary because it depends on the country and it depends on the socioeconomic factors in that country. Maybe the economy is downturned at that time, so some of the climate inference they're drawing is really from a downturn in the economy in province X, and people move to province Y. So they don't control for all those factors fully. This is a good example of work that looked at drought and heat months in Mexico. So Rafael Narwatsky, who I've also worked with, is really been responsible for some of the very strong statistical analyses. And so one of the things you'll notice is that when the number of drought months increase for each additional drought month, it increases the odds of migrating by 3.6%. So that's in Mexico, and that's within Mexico, internal migration within Mexico. Also, for after 34 heat months, right around here, this inflection point, out-migration increases. So you have higher probabilities of migrating, at lower levels of heat or numbers of consecutive heat months. And these are months above some standard deviation. So these would be measured as consecutive months where temperatures are definitely elevated above a norm. And so after a certain number of heat months, you start seeing movement out of and from rural to urban areas. And then he also, I think, very helpfully looked at things like rural to rural migration and urban to rural. I mentioned that each of these different types exists to certain degrees in different contexts. This is probably one of the most ambitious meta-analyses. And a meta-analysis is basically, unlike a systematic review, a meta-analysis seeks to standardize all the variables and use standard effects. So they could use standard effects for the environmental variables and look at how climate change affected or climate variables or deviations from the norm. Normally it's anomalies or different deviations from the norm of climate in the past affected things like international migration on the top and internal migration on the bottom. And you can see, depending on the study, you get either negative effects of things like precip. In this case, it was precip only. Barrios et al., negative effects. So that would be suppressing migration internally, or statistically significant increases based on precip and temperature. And the reason these numbers exist is that each one of these studies has a number of units of analysis. So they're not always just looking at one unit of analysis. They're using a pooled sample, as it were. And so anyway, similarly, international migration, you get positive effects in some of these studies for these variables. This would be a rapid change of some sort. I forget which one it is. And negative effects. So again, there's a lot of variation. Results may vary depending on which country, but you can pull all of these together and start getting a little bit better picture of what's going on. So these are the distribution of the precision-weighted standardized effects across the entire pool of all those studies and all the sub-studies within those papers that I referred to. And you start to see that indeed temperature change results in more movement, positive movement, migration out, and precipitation variability also is important, but it's not quite statistically significant. It crosses this, the box plot crosses this line, and I would say rapid onset, that's the rapid that I forgot about the name for, but rapid onset disasters also are statistically significant and positive in terms of inducing migration. One thing that he also pooled the sample according to whether you're middle income or agriculturally dependent economies. And basically, if you're agriculturally dependent, if your sample, the studies were in agriculturally dependent economies, you see a much higher correlation between the environmental variables and the migration. Finally, they map this globally, and so you can see regions like India where there's a very high predicted migration as a result of environmental variables. Brazil is also important, and a lot of Africa. So this is just kind of a nice overview piece. If you can pull that from the literature, I think it's worth reading. He subsequently worked with some Barbara Sadova on some similar analyses and I think an even larger pool of studies, and so you might want to check that out as well. So they've discovered the following things: that temperature and precipitation both matter, but temperature increases have been more consistently correlated with outmigration. But specification and timescales matter. High temps have impacts on ag production. This is what we call the agricultural pathway in the climate mobility literature. You'll read a lot about agricultural pathway. I wrote an article about a year ago that also dealt with the agricultural pathway. I think I mentioned the missing middle portion of these studies, that basically you just have the climate variable and you have the migration variable, and then inferred from that is that there's some change in crop or other things, that there was a decline in crop production. So there needs to be more careful analysis in this area. So temperature increases will typically increase your evapotranspiration and may lead to drought. So that's one reason why I think temperature is so important. Climate effects vary across space and time, but we still don't understand why this is. My view as a geographer is that it's all about, location, location, location. So I sound like a real estate agent, but I'm actually a geographer, and it's all about what's going on in a local area. Finally, warning, statistical research needs to be contextualized. So I edit this Frontiers in Climate. I'll just put a shout out there. I wanted to include a slide, but I forgot to. So Frontiers in Climate, section on climate mobility. If you have research and studies after this workshop and you want to submit them, send them to me first if you want. I'll give it a read. I'll tell you if it's up to snuff or not, but you can also just submit it directly. And so I want to encourage you to submit to the climate mobility section of Frontiers in Climate. So parentheses, advertisement over. This study was done by some colleagues, including Jesse Rabeau from American University, who I'm a close colleague of. And they really did a nice job looking at 102 studies and basically looking at how the studies are shaped by conceptual framing, data sources, and region. But then they identified those groups of studies that some of which largely ignored and 33 fully engaged with the context of migration decisions and vulnerability of those exposed to climate change. And then 24 were sort of in between the ignoring. And so this is pretty bad. If almost 50% of our studies don't take into account what's going on at the local level. And that's where you guys have a huge advantage over all of these northern researchers who are spewing out, statistical study upon statistical study, but rarely going to the field to see what's really going on. So you have a real advantage in this area, and I encourage you to contribute to the literature. All right. I'm off my soapbox now. I'm back on the ground, and let's keep going. So systematic reviews. This is an example of a very early one where the UK government, for the UK Foresight Report in 2011, led by Richard Black, I've referred to this a few times, basically produced a really excellent review that had, that diagram I showed you where environmental factors are coming in from the bottom left and they're affecting the social and the demographic and the economic and all these other things. So that was an important finding that they came up with, and we weren't really talking about that before they came along. The migration is undertaken to ensure income in adverse environmental situations. They say that rural-urban migration is increased in some countries because of environmental change. And then finally, they really came up with and pioneered this idea that some people, an important fraction of the world's population, may be trapped. So we're going to talk more about trapped later. Another important UK-funded effort was by UK Aid a few years ago, and it was led by a guy named Jan Selby, and I'll come back to Jan Selby later when we talk about Syria. But goals of this study were to look at a huge, I mean, it's a pretty, I don't know if any of you conducted systematic reviews. I have. 273 is an awful lot of studies to look at, you know, and to really assess, like reading all those studies and assessing them. So they looked at 273 studies, he and a graduate student, and they looked at how climate change is affecting patterns of migration. Let's get on with that. This is the method. They obviously had a kind of Prisma approach to taking the literature, filtering it, identifying which studies were, you know, in and which did not qualify to be part of it. They wanted to have primarily empirical studies. They did do had some secondary reviews of empirical studies, plus some studies focused on future projections. Then they use a kind of IPCC approach to saying whether the evidence presented in those studies was very strong, medium, or limited, okay? And they wanted to qualify their findings using this kind of IPCC nomenclature. Do you all know what I'm referring to? Like if you look at an IPCC report, they say, we're certain about this, we're less certain about this. There's still more research needed in this area, that area. They had a number of hypothesized pathways about how climate variables might impact mobility, including weather shocks, long-term global and local climatic and environmental changes, local environmental and associated economic changes, which may act as pull factors for in-migration, so places that may become more attractive because of climate. Adaptation and mitigation policies, projects, and investments that might displace populations. And then the fifth bullet is perceptions and narratives. So the way that people talk about and think about the changes that are occurring around them. So let's just go to these infographics because I think they're more interesting to look at. So they summarize, one of the reasons I like this is they took the effort to actually do what most of us should be doing if we do this kind of work. They had funding to do it, so that's another reason. Foresight Report also has some really nice infographics and stuff, but this one was done particularly well. And so they basically looked at, for instance, climatic shock events, and I don't remember where they put it, but they basically say, yeah, we found evidence that climate shocks contribute to displacement and migration. You know, we can confirm that. It's fairly strong evidence. What they found was young people and people in regions reliant on ag production are more likely to respond to those shocks. Women are also likely to face barriers to migration. We'll come back to that topic. The poorest people face migration pressures and barriers to movement as well. But they do find a fair amount of evidence that these climatic shock events do result in climate mobility. They found little evidence so far of impacts of long-term sea level rise and temperature and precipitation changes on migration levels. So this is a question mark. We don't really have evidence here, full evidence. In fact, there's a really great group of studies called under the DECMA project, DECCMA, and the DECMA project basically found, for instance, in places like the Volta River Basin of Ghana, and I think they did some work in the Ganges Basin and in the Mekong, that frankly, people were more likely to be moving into these areas than moving out, even though everybody's talking about deltas and the risk of delta regions to climate change because they're low-lying, flood-prone, et cetera. So that just confirms that, you know, so far these long-term secular changes that take place over decades are not yet having an impact in the way people necessarily are moving. Adaptation responses, and I'll talk about this later today when I refer to resettlement as one policy option for climate impacts. You could have different kinds of adaptation activities and projects like dikes and mitigation projects that could actually displace populations as a result of building out those areas. If you put in a huge reservoir for hydro, that's going to have huge displacement effects. It'll be good for clean energy, but it will be result in people being displaced. So they have some evidence to suggest that these adaptation activities are affecting climate mobility. Perceptions and narratives. I think this one's really interesting. It gets back to yesterday's discussion around the internal thinking that people have. We all have internal worlds, right? We have what we present to the public, and we have what's going on in our head. And so a lot of people are actually under the impression, even if the data don't necessarily support it, that things are changing in the climate. One of the reasons is it's getting reported on daily in the newspapers and radio broadcasts that they listen to. Climate change is real, it's happening. And so automatically you start thinking, oh yeah, that drought that we just experienced was much worse than the one that I experienced 10 or 15 or 20 years ago. Of course, there's also a sense in which we weight more heavily the more recent impact. If it was a heat wave, we say, oh my God, that heat wave was the worst ever. But we kind of forget the one that was 25 years before because it was in our distant past. So all those things go to say that people actually make decisions more on the perceptions of what's going on than what actually is necessarily happening objectively. So it's just something to be aware of when you do your research that these are real issues. Finally, they're very skeptical about future projections, and we're going to talk a lot about future projections in my next lecture. But this is an area that's controversial in the eyes of many, and they just say, well, there's not a lot of evidence that these projections are valid. They say high-end projections of climate-related migration not credible as predictions because they don't really take into account in-place or in-situ adaptation. In fact, we'll talk about groundswell, which I was involved in the next lecture, and I will say that we explicitly didn't include local adaptation because we really wanted to know what the impacts would be in the absence of adaptation measures. So I think there's reasons why we do it that way, but that was not necessarily taken into account by their critique. There are also a bunch of studies that have happened recently that have reviewed the topic of climate mobility in relation to water resources. Flood impacts typically result in short-term displacement, but if repeated may result in decisions to move out of flood-affected areas. So I had a visitor, Jan Freehart. He was with us last year for about 4 months, and I was on his committee for his PhD. He was at ETH in Zurich, and he looked and he did a long-term study. And I'm talking about 5 years, pretty long-term for a PhD dissertation. In the Jamuna River Basin of Bangladesh, not the Jamuna here. And basically, he found that, he was able to track migrants over time. So that was one of those longitudinal studies that I was mentioning earlier where you have multiple time points. And it was a really fascinating study. I can't do justice to it here, but the big issue in the Jamuna Basin is riverbank erosion. Every year they have massive monsoon. You're all familiar with that. It eats away at the riverbanks. And so literally people are moving their houses back 500 meters, almost every rainy season. They're losing farmland. They're losing productive land. They might rebuild on some of the chars in the middle of the river, but there's still a net land loss. So he was looking at the impacts of that kind of flood effect on migration. And he did find, in fact, there was a lot of local circular migration, especially during the non-agricultural season, to places like Dhaka. Drought and secular rainfall declines and temperature increases can result in declining agricultural yields, which impacts decisions to migrate. And so there's a lot of evidence from different dryland regions that drought is affecting people's decisions to leave. Other key findings is that most migration will be internal. So this the boogeyman of south to north migration in masses is probably oversold. Temperatures and precipitation both help to explain, and I think we've already talked about that. I'll just say that there's, I haven't even read these because every month or two I see a brand new review of literature, and I'm like, I can't keep up with all this writing that's being done on this subject. So there are a lot of other literature reviews out there, and I just put these up here. It's in your slide deck, and you can chase those down if you want to look at them. So what about evidence for climate displacement, for climate and climate conflict situations? What do we have in that area? Um, so, excuse me. You know what? I'm going to get a throat lozenge just because I don't want to protect my throat. Any questions on the first part that I just covered? All right, let's take a question or two. We have time. You can ask the question. Come on up and ask a question.
Thank you, Professor. You have been talking about the migration that is induced by the climate. So my question is that, is there any climatic catastrophe threshold exist in the perception of the people to migrate to other places? As you have taught earlier in the lectures that some people don't migrate their places even if they are flooded every year. So is there any climatic catastrophe threshold exist in the migration in terms of the perception of the people, in terms of the other push-pull factors? Thank you.
I think what you're referring to is essentially threshold effects. Like, are there routine floods that occur that people live with versus some catastrophe that occurs that washes everything away? And I would say, yeah, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that people can live in pretty harsh conditions, accommodate regular flooding, they can accommodate droughts, seasonal droughts. They have coping mechanisms. We've talked about coping capacity to deal with relatively recurrent phenomena. Like when I lived in the Sahel, it's not like everybody in the village that I lived in Mauritania moved because of the drought, even though it was an exceptional drought. But they had already adopted migration in part as a coping mechanism. They had adopted irrigation. So they're, let's just bring it back to our earlier discussion about coping capacities and adaptive capacities. These are things that enable people to withstand regular and fairly routine shocks. It's the extreme shocks. And then when those catastrophes occur, yeah, I think people do question whether it's possible to continue, especially if their household assets, the things that they've used traditionally to weather the storm, are eroded sufficiently over time. They've sold off all their cattle, or the cattle have died. So then they might have to move to a new condition. I know pastoralists, for instance, in northern Kenya, there was a study that Jan Van Dyne, my former postdoc of mine, was involved in, and basically at a certain point, pastoralists started selling off their cattle, and then they would buy a little plot of land and they would have a store, and they would have a little store to sell goods and things. And so they actually just moved from one. They never quite gave up everything. Like, they might have a few cows because that was their long-term cultural norm. But one thing that's also interesting to look at is ways in which people's sense of self and self-esteem is eroded because their traditional livelihood is no longer possible. So if you prided yourself in keeping animals, herding animals, and doing that successfully and making a living off of that, and suddenly you no longer have a flock of animals, or if you prided yourself on being a really good farmer, and so suddenly you've had to sell off your land, or your land has eroded and fallen into the river, these are things that erode people's sense of esteem, self-esteem. Did you want to ask a question?
My question is, in a country like India, where migration related data is very hard to get to work. So how we can think of working climate migration or migration that is happening at the local level? And another part that you have talked about is the river erosion based migration. So river erosion based migration that you have talked. So another thing is that not much literature has come from Indian context. So why this is?
I agree that India has been underrepresented in the climate mobility literature, and I look to all of you to fill those gaps. So now the charge is on you. But no, seriously, I think that there's a real need to build up a better evidence base for what's going on in India. But I'm going to show my third presentation today. If you're still awake, we'll talk about India climate mobility research that we've been involved in using a proxy measure of migration. And so I'll talk about that, but we could also open the conversation about what other possible sources of data might be available and the potential for doing field research with, it's actually relatively cheap in India compared to many other parts of the world to conduct, pretty large scale surveys, not huge, but 1,000, 2,000 households or something like that, and begin to build up that evidence base.
Is there any project that is available to work up to get the data? Because when you will be working on 1,000 or 2,000 samples are into certain amount of cost. So what are the avenues of having a project so that we can come with it?
Okay, the avenues for funding. That's good. I mean, I don't know about Indian government research funding, and I've heard some negative stories about, they're not. And don't look to us in America either, because we're like backpedaling quickly on all of our research efforts. But I do know that periodically there are these international efforts like the Belmont Forum. There's efforts like Canada seems to have a lot of these. They had the Korea Project. They had a few others where invariably, India is one of the countries that they include because I remember the old Commonwealth and allegiance to king, queen, God, and country. Well, they would always include India in those. And I've seen a lot of research that was funded by the Canadians and maybe the UK government as well. Sure. I welcome you if you want. There's a climate mobility network that we run out of Columbia, and I try to forward any funding announcements that come. So just contact me afterwards, and I'll add you to the discussion list. It's nothing fancy, no bells and whistles. It's just a list, and I send things out to the list, and you can be apprised if there's new funding opportunities that at least that I learn of, and I'm pretty well connected, so I usually hear about stuff eventually. LinkedIn is another good way to find out about things. So if a lot of you have connected with me on LinkedIn, and so when I hear about a funding announcement, I generally forward it or repost it. Okay. All right. Now we're talking about climate displacement and climate refugees. So I mentioned in earlier discussions that talking about climate refugees is, from a legal perspective, problematic because there's no real category of refugees. But that said, it doesn't mean that climate isn't, in fact, creating a threat multiplier that may lead to situations where people are displaced or people are. And so that evidence review I just showed, pretty much made it clear that, yeah, people are being displaced. Climate is affecting people's decisions to move. I mentioned Hurricane Maria in New Orleans several times. New Orleans' population didn't necessarily shrink, ironically. What happened was a lot of the African Americans left. They went to other cities, and then it was replaced by Hispanics who were in the construction industry working to rebuild New Orleans after the floods. So, this is how the U.S. works, but there was still a lot of displacement after Hurricane Maria. Katrina, sorry, I was testing you. It's Hurricane Katrina. Maria was Puerto Rico. That was another case. A lot of empirical evidence for climate factors driving internal displacement. So I talked about, there it is, Hurricane Katrina. There's fire-related displacement. We saw tons of people in Los Angeles just earlier this year who are displaced by the fires there. Generally, it's the conventional wisdom is that people are displaced and then they return to where, and in what we're seeing in the U.S. at least is mostly people are rebuilding. They got insurance, they love where they live, they don't want to leave, and so they're rebuilding in place. Which, of course, physical scientists go berserk because they're like, "What are you doing? You're rebuilding precisely in the same place where that same disaster 10 years from now is likely to happen again, right?" But that's the American system. This is a map of displacement from the IDMC, the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center. And they look at all the cases of internal displacement globally and collect data on that. And what you see is the orange is conflict-related displacement, and in the blue is all the natural disasters. Now, these could include things like earthquakes, so it's not all climate. But I'll show you a slide in a second where we separate out the climate from the other variables. So some huge ones. I don't remember which blue. Well, some of these huge circles. This is Sudan. Which one is this going to? Turkey. I don't know. It's hard for me to tell where these circles. This line goes all the way up to Palestine. Obviously, in Gaza, huge displacement of populations. Those are all conflict related. However, other major conflicts, including in the Democratic Republic of Congo. But otherwise, you're talking mostly big blue circles, and many of them places like China. This one goes to Turkey, the earthquake that occurred there. So you have some idea of what's going on. So these are the data displacements. I couldn't find an analogous graph for 2024, so this is for 2020, and it shows there were 33 million displacements, of which 25 million were new, of which 24 million were weather related, just for the climate. So, you're talking about a massively, earthquakes, geophysical events, tsunamis. Those things are small potatoes compared to weather related events, storms, floods, cyclones, typhoons. So Fabien Cochier, who I've mentioned several times, looks at things like conflict events, and there are different types of conflict events. So this is an interstate conflict example where two belligerent states are fighting each other, and they're fighting over territory or something. In the climate conflict literature, interstate conflict is generally not really focused on, okay? But in the climate conflict literature, civil wars and insurgencies, where you have a group like in the Syrian civil war or some other group take up arms. Colombia's FARC at once upon a time was a rebel group in Colombia. And this is where a lot of the debate around climate impacts is centered. Then there's communal violence, meaning groups like the pastoralists of certain countries take up arms, the Tuareg of northern Mali, etc. Ethnic riots, those things also figure in the literature fairly widely. And then less violent conflicts like demonstrations, social movements, peaceful protests, hopefully mostly. There's some research, but a little less discussion about these things. The very summary level kind of literature, this is again based on Fabien's assessment of the literature. At the summary level, he says there's important debate about the effects of climate change on risk of violence. The literature generally suggests that climate change can contribute to increase the risk of civil war violence and communal violence. Yet most findings are generally related to the effect of temperature. Others do look at things like deviations of precipitation. Finally, the mechanisms that are usually referred to are things like resource competition between groups in areas affected by climate change, as well as grievances and opportunities. I've heard talk, and my former boss, Mark Levy, was a leader in this field, and he basically talked about opportunity costs. So when there's a drought and your crops fail, well, are you going to sit around and just like if you're angry against the government and your crop has failed and you don't have any, you're not working on cultivating the land and growing your crop, then it's maybe not such a leap to think that you might join a rebel group and actually take up arms to protest the things that the grievances that you've had over a long period of time. So that opportunity cost element is there as well, where a drought or some other extreme event might cause you, it might tip you in favor of actually taking up arms. This is some of the quantitative evidence around civil war and local violence related to temperatures, country temperatures, Pacific Ocean temperatures. This guy, Solomon Hussain, he did his PhD at Columbia, and he's become one of the big names in climate conflict literature. But he's also attracted a lot of criticism. So there have been a lot of back and forth between him and this guy named Halvard Bohag in Norway or Sweden. Here's a classic case study. How many of you had heard about this? Basically, I'll just show you some of the headlines. How many of you had read any headlines like this one about the Syria conflict? Raise your hand if you saw a headline like this about the Syria conflict. Partly as a result of one study that was conducted actually by colleagues of mine at Lamont. There wasn't a single social scientist involved in the study, so warning flag, better watch out. But they're good people. I'm not saying they're bad people, but they basically published this piece that this went like wildfire during the Syria conflict, saying climate was the basic reason for the conflict in Syria. And they based it on some good evidence, which was that there was a pretty significant drought that occurred in Syria, and that affected parts of Syria pretty badly in that 2007 to 2010 period. They say it was the worst drought in the instrumental record, causing widespread crop failure and a mass migration of farming families to urban areas. Now, they're good scientists, and they always used what's the word? They used language that was oh, come on, Alex, use your. They couch things in very kind of cautious terms, like we think this is likely, it's highly probable, blah blah blah. But the result was all these headlines that I showed you a second ago, showing that that drought caused the conflict, and people like Thomas Friedman at the New York Times, who's a big environmental sort of a Malthusian, and he's a big environmental determinist type of guy. Oh yeah, drought was the cause of and so. There were indeed elements that probably exacerbated the situation in Syria, but a more careful analysis by Jan Selby, who conducted that UK aid review and went really deep into the evidence and knows a lot about Syria, or at least worked with people who know a lot about Syria. He's a geographer, by the way. Yay, our hero. He basically, kind of debunked the idea that it was really due to the drought, that this civil war was a result of the drought, and that all the civil war and therefore the displacement from the civil war was due to this drought. And he shows that, in fact, the drought was occurring in places that were not really the hotbed of dissent in Syria, and that hotbed of dissent was actually what led to, these were people who really opposed the Assad regime. So you really have to dig deep in order to be able to figure out whether some of these premises around climate and conflict are true or not. And I'm not going to go into all the details, but they also quibbled with the numbers of IDPs inside the country. You want to ask a question? You'll have to come up front. The political scientist has a question.
Professor, I wanted to ask, studies like these, and there have been numerous studies, how much are these responsible for climate skeptibility? Climate skeptibility, because climate change skeptibility basically. Yeah.
Sorry, I misattributed your discipline. I know you're also an anthropologist, but kind of working on international issues, I think. So I I don't know how much the academic debate that occurs after these headlines and after all this, really affects what public opinion is about. So I don't think climate skeptics latch on to this kind of article and say, see, it wasn't really climate. And really, climate skepticism mostly, at least in the US, I don't know about here, is mostly not about the impacts of climate change, but it's about the very reality of climate change to begin with. So the premise is that climate change is just not happening, But that's a good point. Certainly, it doesn't help that internally we academics, I think it's healthy to have debate, and I think it's healthy to actually, but it doesn't always help that sometimes we tear each other down. So one of the things I'll just say is that even though climate may not be strongly correlated with conflict or refugee flows, refugees are being impacted by climate change today. So this is work by a colleague of mine, Jamin Vandenhoek. Jamin is the guy who did all those Gaza destruction maps. If you saw the maps, it showed the percent of Gaza that was being destroyed. So Jamin's a good friend of mine, and he does some really good work. He's developed this workflow for Ukraine and for Gaza, and it shows how many buildings are destroyed in an area. I haven't seen the latest update, but I fear that probably most of Gaza has now basically been reduced to rubble. But what you see here is refugee settlements in 2019. Pretty much all of them, notice, are in the global south, so there just aren't that many northern countries that are willing to host refugee settlements. And when you look at the future projections, this is looking out to 2060, roughly mid-century, changes in or likely future temperatures. You see average annual temperatures in areas that are hosting refugees rising substantially, and precipitation potentially declining in some of those same areas too. Especially in the Western Sahel and Turkey and places that are currently hosting. So I've actually been part of some panels that UNHCR organized where they were asking the question of how do we need to better prepare refugee camps for future climate risks? Because the tents that the UNHCR issues, standard issue tents, do not take climate change into account. They're probably very, very hot during the hot part of the day. Okay, so now we're going to turn to, I think, almost the last section. And this section is evidence for involuntary immobility. So one of the topics that I got interested in is a topic of habitability. I've been working with a colleague, David Rathel, who's also at Oregon State. Jamin is at Oregon State. David's at Oregon State. So we have a nice relationship with Oregon State University. And also another colleague at Columbia, Radley Horton, who's focused a lot on extreme heat. And we started asking the question around whether habitability is a useful construct or not for understanding future climate mobility. And so we published this piece in Science, and basically we define habitability as the conditions in a particular setting that are conducive to a healthy human life, productive livelihoods, and sustainable intergenerational development. And afterwards I realized that cost has to be a consideration. So yeah, you could potentially live on Mars, but what is the cost? You can also put up a research station on the South Pole, but what is the cost? So yeah, that's habitable technically, but there's a huge cost associated. So you need to think about cost as well. The challenges to habitability from climate change include things like basic human survival, livelihood security, and I think this is really critical. We talked a lot about adaptive capacity this week. societies themselves, the ability to adapt may itself be strained as climate change increases. I talked a little bit about the drain on the public purse from climate disasters, from adaptation projects and things like that, infrastructure to manage climate risk. And so it's going to start impacting the ability of society to manage. Even if a society is well governed, and that's no guarantee in this day and age, but even if it's well governed, it still will have cost implications. What we wanted to do in that article was maybe challenge a little bit the narrative around these like hotspots of global climate impacts, where certain areas are going to see massive. This was a recent article by Zhu et al. And PNAS, and it basically said some areas based on high temperatures, future temperature extremes may no longer be suitable for habitation in the future. And they talked a little bit about, well, numbers of people that might have to move. But even going back to 20 years or so, there were early efforts to map places that will likely see massive climate impacts. This is an example of some work that kind of looks at the sweet spot for human habitability and changes in how climate variables may change that sweet spot and make some areas less desirable. And they also coupled that with some demographic projections to show how some regions have rapidly growing populations, but also the climate is likely to be less conducive in the future to habitability. And part of the way they do this kind of work, just as a background, is they look at like population density by certain latitudes and by certain temperature zones. And there are, in fact, strong correlations. Like there's a certain bracket of temperature, I don't have the exact numbers in my head, but where you find like 80 to 90% of the world's population, okay? And if you start moving outside of that that window of temperature, you may start to see some migration. There's also, these kind of more catastrophist views on the future of civilization itself. Some of you may have seen this article, but there's an increasing number of these kinds of articles coming out that are looking at this sort of thing. So we asked the question, well, is it valid to do this top-down modeling? Or could, and we, you're not going to stop the physical scientists, frankly, from producing these kinds of model outputs, right? Because they have the data, they're going to run the exercise no matter what. So could we use some of that information and actually work at the more grassroots level to develop adaptation approaches? And this is just to show that I told you this diagram. I would bring it back later in my lecture series. So I'm good to my word. And so remember, this is the intensity of impacts from an event and the frequency of those impacts. And so some things might be like, just look at rice, for instance. Rice, again, there's these windows of temperature in which rice can grow. Beyond that temperature window, if it's flowering and if it's reproducing, yields will go down. Thank you. You illustrated perfectly what someone's doing in the back. He's doing the hand movement. So yields will go down substantially. So for every degree increase in temperature, you'll see a 10% decline in rice production, therefore loss of farmer livelihoods and security of the supply of the staple crop. And so this is an example of a diagram that could be used to say, you might infer from that farmers in certain rice growing regions will have to move. And so there's, an increasing literature that's looking at when migration can occur in anticipation of or in response to climate hazards, changes and observed. So migration patterns often emerge after other attempts to adapt locally have been exhausted. So that's the key point. And are like to emerge when non-climate factors such as poverty, inequality, limited participation, so in other words, all those political economy factors constrain local adaptive capacity. This is another quote where they're basically talking about the likelihood of migration as a result of climate tipping points. So where I didn't include the slide, and I should have, but where we landed on that science article was basically that there is going to be a lot of need to work locally. And again, I encourage all of you, the degree that you also can bridge your research and your interest in understanding to actually use that understanding to then propose changes and to propose locally adaptive solutions. That's where I think that a lot of the action is going to need to be, is locally adaptive solutions. Even though these global approaches may be doom and gloom, there are reasons for hope. Finally, evidence for trap populations. This is another paper I was involved in, and basically it just came out earlier this year. And they make the point, it's largely policy-oriented paper, and that paper is saying we need to think about the reality that some people aren't going to be able to move. But it also requires special research approaches, because you need to go to the field and actually ask people. Like, evidence of migration is clear, right? People move, and you can collect data on those movements, and you can then infer that they move because of agricultural or other livelihood concerns. But when people don't move, you don't have that immediate signal that there's a problem, that there's something going on in this region. So then it becomes potentially more moving into the realm of a humanitarian situation where people might not have the enough food or whatever. So you need to do research that accommodates an understanding that there may be, that migration is not the only response, that there is actually trapped or involuntary immobility going on in some regions. So this is from the ACMI, the Africa Climate Mobility Initiative, which we were involved as well. And 54% of the population interviewed in these rural and some urban settings in Africa, but mostly rural, said they're not considering moving at all, so they don't want to move. 23% considering moving but lack the resources to do it. Another just sort of daydreaming about it possibly. Some are actually planning to move, and others already moved, and they move seasonally. But we know that not everyone can move, and so there need to be accommodations for those who can't. There's also huge gender disparities in who can move and who can't. So women typically have a greater burden of household responsibilities, taking care of kids, maybe elderly family members, and so they're not as likely to be considering moving, and they're not as likely to be actually moving. You see the percentages are lower for the women in the red. I don't know if we really want to go. I have about 3 minutes, so I don't think I'll go into these. We've done a lot of work. This is sort of early work that I was involved in. I remember I told you about the mapping exercises we did to complement case studies in different parts of the world, and that was all basically looking at livelihood issues in different regions like the Mekong Delta, parts of southern Mexico. And that was just an early policy-oriented report that we worked on. Then we've done work on our weather shocks and crop prices and regional migration in West Africa. So the short answer is that, yeah, crop prices are related to mobility between countries. This is an example of using the IOM flow monitoring data. These are data that are collected on the ground in the Sahel and in West Africa, where they go to bus stations and they go to border crossings, and they basically ask people why they're moving, why they're going one place or another. And if they say that they're moving long term to go somewhere else, or they're going to Europe or whatever, they make a note of that. But what you can do with these data, which is kind of cool, is you can actually work with them in conjunction with climatic stressor data and see whether the temporal dimension of those movements relates to crop stress or other things. So that's something that Fabien Cotier has been working on. So this is just snapshots. I mentioned work we were doing comparing West Africa and Central America. Remember that resilience, those cups that I had modeling resilience. So we tried to use those cups to suggest that there might be a move into a new state of the system. Okay, so this is all about system dynamics, from people basically moving, mostly young men or men, moving from Central America to North America, uh, and just going to support their family that they leave behind, to a new status where there's more and more unaccompanied migrants and entire families who are leaving Central America and moving to North America. So what were some of the reasons for that? We identified things like the political economy, informal institutions, efforts, and climate change, making this cup more shallow so that more people are moving in to, and of course, border policy might be forcing people back as well. But there are a lot of things like social media and drug smuggling networks that are set up by narco traffickers to move people across the border. They already move heroin, they move mostly cocaine, but other drugs across the border. It's not that hard to move people once you figure out how to move drugs across. So these things are all affecting the balance of who's moving and why. And so you've seen this already. This is some efforts that I'll talk about later. And these are some of the published reports that we have. So maybe we'll stop there and we'll open up to any questions that anyone has.
Thank you so much, sir, for this morning lecture. My question is we have chalked out about the migrants and the migrant data. Still, we are in the process of it. But what about the cities, mega cities in India like Mumbai and Delhi, which are obviously oversaturated right now, and they have a fair amount of floating population. Like they are from the nearby pockets and nearby areas, and they come in the morning by morning commute, work throughout the day, have their life spent there, and they just go back through commuter trains or commuter connectivity things up at their office hours to their abode back to the nearby. So how to chalk up, and they fairly contribute to the city activities, be it economic activities and all of that, because they are working class probably. So, sir, how to is the challenge of floating population to chalk out that migrants are there, but the floating population data is not easily available. So, how to address this challenge?
I don't know how to address the challenge of gathering data, but I think you raise an important potential research area, which is disruptions to commutes and the effects that that has on people's livelihoods. If you're depending heavily on work and you need that income, but a climate shock disrupts your ability to get to work, that's a big issue. And certainly we've seen it in the U.S. with some climate shocks, Hurricane Sandy in New York, which, basically for an entire week, people were out of work at least, and maybe longer in some cases. Not to mention the fact that they, lost all the food in the refrigerator or that sort of thing. So I think it's a good question. As far as like data on that sort of thing, I don't have a solution, but maybe public transport ridership statistics might be a possible solution. But if people are taking, what do they call the three-wheelers? The little taxis. Yeah, if they're taking other things, the other means that are informal forms of transportation, that might not be captured as well. Are there any other questions? We can. Yeah. Sorry? Yeah, but that's where you would get, presumably, you get some information on ticket purchases and stuff like that. This is where being creative. The other thing that people are using increasingly is smartphones, right? So, if you can get access to the data on movements from smartphones, it's not easy, but, but the cell services, there's the group Flowminder has been using cell phone data for about a decade or more, and they've developed a whole approach to MOUs with these cell phone providers to get data on daily things like daily commutes.
So there are certain regions in India that have experienced massive migration from many decades, and some of those regions are in Himalayas that have actually seen large migration. So, if from a historical point of view, if you want to look into whether those migration resulted from climate events or not, so what methods or what approach should we have in that case? And the second question is about my own experience of working in the field on this environmental change and migration. So, I've observed that it's not the so it takes almost a decade or many years to realize people that their environment have deprived, and the only option they are left is to migrate. Yeah, you can, the first one.
So the constructing careful studies in this area is challenging. So I'll just say that up front. It's not altogether easy because you do need a lot of data. And I may have slightly misspoken earlier. I mentioned these studies in South America that looked at interprovincial migration. So that might be a good example of a study you would want to look at because they did, in fact, control for some things like income, education. So those are generally available from census data. You can know, whether people are well educated, they have higher or lower income, and those could be highly predictive. What they probably didn't have as much information on is very localized contextual factors that might be really important to know about that are often more difficult to incorporate in these kind of statistical models. So I think in India, I know I think it's a data-rich country, but frankly, for some reason, and I don't know quite why, it's also a country that's very. I may be wrong here, but my perception from my own work in this is it's very hard to get access to the data. The data exists, but you don't get them online. They're not just posted online. And I hope that maybe I know that this university has some very high level civil servants that come out of it. You should be over there talking to the public affairs students saying open data is critical to research. If you want to understand your society and you want to understand what's going on, you need open data. That cultural change will result in basically your ability to conduct a lot more rich analyses. But as long as the government says those data are ours and we're not going to let go of them, that's a problem. I don't want to upset any apple carts or uh, smash any idols or whatever the metaphor is. But the reality is, every country that has gone towards more open data has advanced by light years over countries that restrict access to data intensely. It's just, you see it. And even in places in Africa where they've opened the data up, small industries start springing up, small to medium sized enterprises. And instead of like government sometimes says, well, we can't give all that data away. We spent so much money collecting them. They're valuable. We're going to keep them. It's power. It's other things. But when they let go of those data, they actually generate far more tax revenue than the cost of collection because they start spawning spatial data industries and secondary analytical firms that say, I'll be your consultant. I'll go and do that analysis that you want for you. And that meaning the big corporation or whatever. And they get, they're able to make a good living. So with that, I think we'll break for coffee or tea, and we'll be back here at what time? What time will we be back here? 30 minutes? Okay. Sorry? Oh, only 15 minutes, I'm being told. So And welcome back after tea. So this focus, there are some subsections to my presentation, but the main focus is on using model approaches to identify where migration might occur in the future. And if you got really sophisticated models, maybe even who might be migrating, like by age, sex, and other characteristics like labor force characteristics. So, there's a lot of speculation about how many people will be migrating in the future. This was an art project in New York City. There are numbers that have been come up with over the period from the early 1990s onwards that look at how many people might be impacted and might be displaced as a result of climate change. But for the most part, we have no idea where these numbers came from. So that's an issue. I will say that my colleagues who did the sea level rise work at least were careful to say this is assuming a static population. So they didn't project population, and it's using a certain definition of sea level rise, which is in that case pretty extreme. So just, a word to the wise before we get too far into this. All models are basically wrong, okay? And prediction is difficult, especially when it concerns the future. So we don't have perfect visibility into what the future will bring in terms of climate mobility as much any more than we have perfect visibility into what will happen in the next election cycle in any country on the planet. So all models are wrong, but some are useful. This is a classic quote. So none of them is going to perfectly. Modeling obviously isn't always about projecting the future. So I want to be clear about that. But in this context, I'm talking about projections of the future. But it may be useful to model because you understand how the system works better. Planning is everything, but the plan is nothing. So when it comes to future projections, having a precise number should not be the goal, but again, understanding potential magnitudes and potential what-if scenarios could be useful. I led the organization of this early workshop with this guy, Francois Jamien, who's another leader in the field of climate mobility. And he works at he used to run, at least, I don't know if he still does, the Hugo Center for Environmental Migration at Liège. At that time, he was at Sciences Po. And David Rathel, the fellow I mentioned earlier, is on the left-hand side. There's a bunch of people, Michael Oppenheimer in the middle, who's one of the world-renowned climate scientists. And there are a bunch of other influential people in the room. Basically, the point was that we wanted to find out what the state of the art was in 2016 around climate migration modeling. In that time, only a few models existed. One, some were agent-based, some system dynamic, and I'm going to describe some of those early modeling efforts in a moment. More recently, last year in September, we organized a workshop. My postdoc, again, Fabien Cotier, now associate research scientist, and a bunch of people at Princeton and Cornell jointly organized a workshop to better take stock of what we know now about climate mobility modeling, because there's a lot more efforts out there, and to begin to do some intercomparison work. So we set up something called 3MIP, which is the Mobility Model Intercomparison Project. And you can join it if you want to go to this URL. Again, all this is on the Google Drive, so you don't have to necessarily do this right now. But this is an effort to, you can read more about the effort on the website, but it's an effort to systematically compare models and also develop a kind of hackathon approach to modeling future mobility where everybody's provided with the same baseline data and then people apply their own specific tools. And it hopefully will be a useful exercise. Let's get some, we've already learned, in fact, one of the participants over tea break was just mentioning to me that a lot of colleagues in his physical science department use the term environmental vulnerabilities, just as we used it in that urbanization study I mentioned earlier this week. And, vulnerability is not really the word you'd want to use. You'd want to use environmental exposures, or you might want to use susceptibilities to different, climate-related things. So in the same way that we have language specific to vulnerability research, we'd want to know better what some of these terms mean. So prediction is to say or estimate that a specific thing will happen in the future or will be a consequence of something. That's the everyday parlance, right? But from a statistical standpoint, we know that it's a process for using correlations between variables to hypothesize about future events and outcomes. So we use even the term the predictand, right? The thing that we're trying to predict is a predictand. And when we're doing modeling, we're often trying to either estimate the likelihood of something happening in the past or predict its likelihood into the future as a result of a change in some variable that's an independent variable. Forecasting is predicting or estimating a future event or trend. Hindcasting is when you take data from the past or actual observed data, let's say in climate, and you use a model. So let's say you have observed data from 1970 to 2000. You use a model that's set at year 1970, and you use that model to project forward the future climate. And then you try to look at the difference between the two results. And if you have a highly correlated result, meaning your root mean square error is very low for the results out to 2000, you're likely to have a high confidence that that climate model is capturing the dynamics in the system that produce that climate output. Well, in the same way, you might want to hindcast mobility, and we'll see that we actually do that in one of our methods in a moment. I think I can keep going, hopefully. Projection for migration is an estimate or forecast on the basis of present trends. Sit down. Thank you. Okay, I think you ready? Okay. So we can keep going. I need Intejar to touch this again. It just worked. This time I don't need your help. I think I'm getting the magic too. Ooh, okay. All right. So what if scenarios are basically around the question of what might happen if we change this policy or that policy, or if climate change goes, really high versus really low in terms of emissions and in terms of final temperatures. So those would be what if scenarios. And it also helps in understanding the model sensitivity to those changes. So that's another reason for doing those tests. So you could do like a closed borders test and say, we're going to close all the borders to the US. What would happen with climate migration from Central America, for instance? Uncertainty, a state of incomplete knowledge. We talked about uncertainty, but it's perennially an issue, and we just need to keep emphasizing it. And then the standardized measure of uncertainty is the probability. Why do we do modeling in the social sciences? It's basically modeling is about reduction and abstraction to represent processes of interest that take place in the social reality. So it's a tool for inference. Modeling is an exercise in formalism, can be both qualitative and quantitative. By formalism, I mean the desire to extract general principles about behavior and things from individual behavior displayed across large populations. Okay, so we're not interested so much about what Rajul is doing or Rezan or VJ, but we're interested about the population at large, and that's what formalism represents. By modeling and climate mobility research, we generally refer to quantitative modeling, which involves describing relations among phenomena of interest in explicitly mathematical and statistical terms. Whoops, 2 bullets. Quantitative modeling is appealing as it allows us to describe a phenomena, explain its causes, and predict future phenomena. It can be a tool of theory building. So we talked about theory yesterday. Modeling itself can help to both, it will be supported by theory, and theory is a very important element in undergirding modeling, but it's also a way of testing whether theories actually work or not, and produce the results that you expect. And there's 2 different types: a data-driven model, which is generally the statistical inference type model that we'll talk about in a bit. Simulation-based models are simulating things into the future. From a policy perspective, we need future population data for planning purposes. Humanitarians are interested in how many people might be displaced in the future. Development actors are grappling with limits to adaptation, particularly in the area of rural livelihoods. Receiving countries want to know potentially the volume of migration going in their direction. And policymakers, again, want these what-if scenarios based on high and low impacts, population projections, open and closed borders, and other policy interventions. Because we live in a real world, we don't have an alternative world to run experiments. I mean, some people call them digital twins, right? Models. You've heard the term digital twin. The idea is that you can build computationally a model of how the world works in a computer environment, in simulation. So there are different scales that some modeling takes, so you can think about evacuation modeling. Someone was showing me data from Landscan, which is a group in the US that does population grids. They're actually funded by the Department of Energy and somewhat from the Department of Defense. And one of the things they're funded to do is figure out if a disaster occurs in a certain location, how quickly can you get people out of that? So that's a simulation or a model they would run to show where people are and how quickly they could get out of a location to safety. Refugee modeling is over larger time scales and spatial and temporal scales. Finally, migration modeling is out in this. We're going to focus a bit more in this particular quadrant, the longer term migration responses. For those who are interested, we're going to cover a number of different approaches very briefly and kind of telegraph some of the approaches that are out there. But those who are interested in the topic more in depth, in the same climate mobility section of Climate Frontiers in Climate, we curated a bunch of really good papers, excellent papers on the topic. So if you're interested in learning more about modeling, these are some good go-to sources for that. So an exposure model, this is my terminology. I'm not saying everybody in the world uses the same terminology, but my using the exposure, vulnerability and adaptive capacity approach, well, exposure means you're in the area of hazard, right? So the one that I mentioned earlier about future population change or populations affected by sea level rise in the coastal zone. This is that work done again in a later iteration where they look at urban and rural populations they look at the number of people being affected by sea level rise. The presumption is that most of those people would have to leave, so that's what I call exposure. It's implying or you can infer from this that the folks that are in this kind of submerged area will likely have to leave that area. And I mentioned they've done a version 3 of what's called the Low Elevation Coastal Zone data set, LECZ data set, that's available from our NASA CDAC. That version 3 actually provides several different DEMs, digital elevation models, population models, and urbanization models, so you can get a sense of the uncertainties. This is another by Michael Oppenheimer, which looks at sea level rise and economic losses and also implied population changes. I reviewed this paper. I'm sorry, I didn't particularly like it, but it does illustrate. It never got published to my knowledge, so I shouldn't be showing it probably. But because it had some fundamental flaws, so that's why I'm not showing the authors. But what it does illustrate is a way of looking at drought-induced migration based on the same kind of exposure model, and they had different emissions trajectories and different levels of migration out of drought-prone regions based on the models that they ran, with cumulative migration listed here in millions up to 200 million in drylands of the world by 2100. Agent-based models tend to be more bottom-up models, and who here has anyone had been exposed previously to ABMs, agent-based models? So ABMs basically are, I think, perhaps the best kind of model for migration modeling, but they also have some of the highest data requirements because you really need to be able to understand how individual population, individual members of a society will respond to certain climate responses. They can also be done at the household level, so it's not just individuals. But they're based, a lot of them, at least the early ones, were based on this theory of planned behavior, which suggested that people have the desire to move and then they act on that, the desire first and then they act on that desire. ABMs are used in many different, they're used in industrial processes, economic models of ABMs, but for migration modeling, basically it assumes agents interact with each other to produce nonlinear outcomes. Agents exhibit complex behavior such as learning and adaptation. So agents are not just individuals, they're linked in social networks and information is exchanged between them. ABMs need to be calibrated with empirical microdata, meaning survey or census data. And ABMs allow us to test theories about how people react to climate stressors. This is just an early example of work. I'll show you one in a second that's a more recent, maybe more sophisticated ABM. But the basic principle is that for each, was work done in Burkina Faso, so these are the regions of Burkina Faso. But for each individual, there's a probability associated with that individual of migrating in light of certain circumstances. So young males would typically migrate with greater frequency and higher probability in relation to certain stressors that may occur. There's also asset bases, so like the degree to which they have material assets at their disposal. And so from that, you can basically take the probability of an individual to migrate with a particular social network and asset base in light of exposure to certain stressors, in this case, drought, and you can aggregate that up to the community level and keep running that model iteratively. And what you would see is over time, more and more people moving out of an area. So this is thousands of migrants leaving a region of Burkina Faso out to 2060. so that's ABMs, again, very theory rich. So if you know a lot about your population and their propensity to migrate given certain stimuli, you can hardwire that in a way into the model. And you can even have that change over time. So like the propensity to migrate in response to drought could change over time. Maybe if you assume a certain things like increases in education level or changes in irrigation or other things that might affect ability, the desire to move, the aspiration to move. This is the Midas model. I've worked some with Andrew Bell, who's the author of this piece. And basically, it's a much more sophisticated model. And the idea is that individual actors have access to bundles of resources from different locations. Sometimes those utilities or the resources they access may be in their local area, like they might have farms or they might have livestock. They might also have relatives in the city who send money back to them. And those utilities determine in part whether they choose to stay or go. And if they determine that they can get more utility by moving somewhere else, then they will. It's a very economic kind of ag-econ, I guess, approach to looking at these issues. And so they did an interesting study in Bangladesh, and they found that actually, somewhat paradoxically, there would be more migration towards the coastal zone in Bangladesh as a result of increased utility in some areas, like maybe shrimp farming or things of that sort. That said, I didn't really like that banner headline because they also project a fair amount of migration away from the coastal zone as well. This is how science communication works sometimes. You grab the seemingly most controversial part of your research and then you put it in the title of your paper. And so it was a bit more of a mixed bag than they're describing in that headline. So system dynamic models, we did some of this the other day, right? It was kind of system dynamic, not quite. We didn't get to the point of creating a fully operational model with lines going between like the cause and effect lines and whether, if something increases here, it decreases over here, et cetera. And I'll show you an example of that for Kenya in a moment. They're very useful for what-if scenarios. They can incorporate a wide range of data on the economy, natural resources, and climate perturbations. It's easy to communicate the causal mechanisms. So one beauty of system dynamics is you can sort of visually just see how things are linked to one another. Kumu is the tool that I mentioned earlier, and you can do it yourself. Kumu will help you develop the causal network loops. To do it computationally, you still need to use a computational tool for that. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if there aren't some simple system dynamic software packages out there that you could maybe even download for free. So this is an example from a colleague at IDMC, and they were looking at pastoralist livelihoods in the Horn of Africa. And what they were hypothesizing is these loops that would exist from high rainfall to high pasturage, meaning a lot of grass. Land access is important. Pasture rejuvenation is important, so you need to have some fallow periods. High pasture leads to high livestock. High livestock is basically good for cash generation. And then you might have other forms of cash from remittances, from cash assistance from the government and livestock markets. So this is the system that they modeled, and then they use a system dynamic modeling framework to actually go through it. I'll try to dig out the name of that model because, as I mentioned earlier, there's free packages, and I think this one might be a free package that you could use. So what I just described was a bunch of positive feedback loops. So those same positive feedback, if you have lack of rainfall, then in the same way, your livestock will die or diminish in number. You'll have less cash, and you may be forced into an IDP type situation over here. Probably by far the most common form of, when you're talking about, in this case, projecting future states, is just to take a basic regression equation, find your coefficients, and then say if migration in Mexico is sensitive, like to crop yields, and crop yields are sensitive to drought. If in the future we're going to have more drought and more declines in crop yields, we can project into the future that there will be more migration to the United States from Mexico. So that's just a simple example. And you can see the quote I pulled out here from that article. And it's essentially what we call ceteris paribus assumptions, meaning all of the things being equal, what would happen if this relationship is extrapolated into the future. It was done by some other colleagues of mine at Columbia, and I think in a kind of, it got into, gee whiz, it got into science, but it's not exactly what I would call a really robust study. I mean, statistically it's robust, but I think it came in for a lot of criticism because basically they were saying, looking at these, again, projecting a relationship into the future and saying, based on our understanding of where people are coming from, if you increase the temperature by 2 degrees or 20, from a moderate 20-degree optimum, and you increase that temperature, holding everything constant, asylum applications by the end of the century are projected to increase by average 28%. So again, that's really headline grabbing, and suddenly policymakers say, oh my God, 28%. But I think there were enough holes in their argument that there was some pushback around that. I hope I didn't. No, I did skip one. So gravity models, I'm going to talk a lot more about that because that's the one that we've been working with most closely at Season. But the idea behind gravity is similar to Newton's laws of gravity, which is that populations are attracted to other locations based on as a function of their population size. So cities are larger, they're agglomerations, and they tend to attract populations from surrounding areas. And so this law has actually been pretty highly predictive. If you use a gravity model from the past and project it into the future, and then you look at actual trends in population in the present day, the gravity models do a pretty good job of anticipating where people are moving in a lot of countries. Obviously, the form of the movement and the form of the statistical relationship will vary depending on whether you're in India or the United States or France or some other country. But what we decided, and I'll talk about this more in depth in a moment, is that you could introduce environmental characteristics into this model and sort of either increase the propensity of people to move into certain areas or increase the push factor. So you could make some places more attractive, or you could make some places less inviting, and therefore people would be leaving those areas. I started working with a colleague, Mikhail Brzezinski at Luxembourg, and he's been working with something called a computable general equilibrium model. He's a rare economist that likes to work in pixels and spatial contexts. He actually said, I almost studied geography, but I chose economics instead. And he has developed a really cool CGE. So CGE is a complex mathematical model that simulates the entire global economy, allowing economists to analyze the impacts of policy changes or economic shocks across different countries and sectors. So basically, it models, typically or traditionally, CGEs modeled economic trade flows and kind of economic outcomes. What he did was he created a CGE that have different locations that vary by their GDP, sectoral mix, production technology. Then he had individuals by age, gender, and education levels, so different tiers of population. And then he had, and each of them had their own consumption profiles based on empirical data gathered from each country of the world. And then he had damage functions damages that basically affected employment, productivity, amenities, and wages in different sectors and their effects across the landscape. And then per neoclassical migration theory, mobility is a result of differential wage rates and the cost of moving between locations. So fundamentally, it's a pretty simple model, but it produces some useful results. This is an example of projected migration change in population for 2100 for the Caribbean region. We did this model globally, but we focus the results on the Caribbean region. In this report will be coming out very shortly. But what you can see is a lot of the low-lying areas and flood-prone areas and areas exposed to the hottest temperatures are the ones that are going to see some of the greatest outmigration. There are a lot of other modeling types, and I'm not going to be able to, I don't have time to go through all of them, but this is an example of some of the studies that are out there that have used, for instance, integrated assessment models. Some have used artificial neural networks. Someone asked about machine learning yesterday, and machine learning has been used in some of this work. So definitely there's a lot out there, and it's a growing field of work. In terms of the limitations of each of these approaches, the fundamental limitation of exposure models is it assumes that most people or everyone will leave if there's a certain level of exposure, whether it's floods, whether it's sea level rise, or drought. And so, you have to figure out what that threshold is for people moving, but it's very mechanistic. ABMs require a lot of historical data, need to be calibrated very carefully. They do capture behavior very well. System dynamics often are not done in a spatial context, although that's changing. Extrapolation models quickly have the problem that it's, ceteris paribus assumptions cannot be held, in all cases indefinitely. So things change. The world is changing, and we can't just say, oh, migration will be thus and so based on climate impacts, because education levels, income levels, all those things are changing. Gravity models focused really top down, so it's not an individually based model like an ABM, but you can use them at a global scale, and we'll see how they were used in groundswell. But they talk about the relative attractiveness of locations, but not so much about the behavior of individuals. And CGEs are based on Homo economicus and may miss various cultural factors, things that result in people being rooted in place. They don't want to move. It also misses aspirations and capabilities, just like the gravity model does. So these are two modeling efforts that we were involved in at Season, where we worked closely with the modelers. The modeler, I should say, his name is Brian Jones. So Brian Jones had already developed a model that was a global projection of population on, I think it was 15 arc minute grid. 15 arc minutes, 15. Yeah, I think it was 15 arc minutes resolution for the world, and or maybe it was 2.5 arc minutes. Apologies, I can't remember. And basically, he projected out population density according to the SSPs. We talked about the SSPs before. This is just one of the SSPs. This is the fossil fuel development scenario where the world is on steroids economically because we're just digging up and pumping out all the gas and all the oil from the earth, and we're burning it as quickly as we can to generate a lot of economic activity. So this is not a good scenario, and it shows where some of the population growth would occur under that. But I said to Brian, I actually reviewed his article, and I talked to him later confidentially, and I said, I like what you're doing, but can we really assume that people will be moving into some of these areas in the future? Won't it be likely that some of these areas will be increasingly uninhabitable, or at least less habitable than before? He said, yeah, I agree with you, but I don't have money to do that. So we went together. I had interactions with the World Bank, and let me just, so I'll just talk a little bit more. So I had interactions with the World Bank. I was at a meeting. I mentioned that there was a possibility of doing this kind of work, and they were very eager to try it out. The trick was that for Groundswell, the report that we developed, we were really doing a research project with a very strict deadline and with a client that wanted to have results like ASAP, and they wanted them, and that's not how science generally works. So it wasn't the most pleasant experience personally, I'll be honest, because we were under so much pressure to get a result for the client, the World Bank. And when the World Bank says, jump, you ask, how high should I jump, right? That's what the general response is. At least that was mine because they were funding us. So what we did to modify the model was we take advantage of the observed correlation between the agglomeration effect quantified in the gravity model and urban and rural patterns of spatial population change. So the model already projects urban populations separately from rural populations. But for groundswell, we incorporate changing environmental conditions, considering sectoral impact indicators from the ICIMIP project. ICIMIP is I'm going to say it once, I'm not going to say it again, Intersectoral Impact Model Intercomparison Project run by PIC. It's the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research in Germany. And we looked at two variables, crop yields and water stress, and then separately we included sea level rise in the coastal zone. For the ACMI, which is the Africa Climate Mobility Initiative, we also added ecosystem impacts, which would include things like pastoral lands. Not just croplands, but pastoral lands and forest areas, flood risk, and conflicts. And we hypothesize, and this is where I'll show you how we calibrate the model, that prediction error from the model was due to missing variables which relate to these climate stressors. Let me just show you what I mean by that in a minute. The way the model works is basically it takes a 100-kilometer circle around any given pixel, and it computationally figures out the potential of that pixel to attract new people in the next time step. So you're in T1, like this pixel will have much lower potential than this pixel because it's in a rural small town, right? Whereas being in a bigger city, it has more potential to attract new people. So the population potential or attractiveness is calculated. It becomes a new raster layer, which is fed into this. And now you see, lo and behold, this urban area has suddenly grown a certain amount, okay? And it's done separately for urban and rural populations, and everything is constrained. It's done on a national basis, so we don't do it globally. We do it by country, and all the data are constrained to UN population estimates out to 2050. So we don't project a population that's much higher than what the UN projects. It has to be constrained to those numbers. So we added, the idea is then if you have a drought in this area, you're more likely to see the potential decline even further in this area, and it probably would affect people moving into this area. Let's just run this through then to show how we backed out the actual migration numbers. So we have these globally gridded data. This is just an example for the ACMI that I developed. And what we have, and this is an idealized case of an island country that in this case is 45 kilometers by 45 kilometers divided into 3 15-kilometer grid cells on a side. So it's basically nine grid cells. And we project future population based on only the shared socioeconomic pathways, depending if it's SSP1 or SSP5. You'll see the SSPs we use in a moment. And then we also project future population based on both the SSP and the climate impacts, the RCP. And the climate impacts, then you see a population where more people are moving to the southeast of this particular fictional island's country. And you can then subtract this one from this one, and you get this one. And the red areas would be areas where you're seeing increase in migration. In the blue areas would be areas where you're seeing increased out migration. So that's just a stylized way of showing how we do it. Let's just look at Senegal. So this is actual results for the ACMI for Senegal, a country in West Africa. And all the red pixels represent in migration, and all the blue pixels represent out migration based on this subtraction of the two scenarios, the climate versus the no climate scenario. And then what you can do is add up all the red pixels because the red pixels and the blue pixels will do what? They cancel each other out. Remember, population conserving. We conserve the population. So if the population is the same in the future projection for both the climate and the non-climate scenario, if people move between pixels, then all you have to do is sum up all the positive pixels and you get a total migration. And this is how we produce these charts that basically show cumulative migration over time based on climate impacts in the country of Senegal. And we had 4 different scenarios, and I'll talk more about those scenarios in a moment. But the numbers are not, the numbers are not huge. We're talking about numbers that are between 2 to 5%, 4% of the population climate migrants by the end of by 2050. Here's the model approach. We have the development pathways. I mentioned the SSPs. For ground swell, we only use SSP 2 and 4. And then we had the greenhouse gas emission scenarios, which were run through process-based crop models, water models, hydrological models, and I'll talk a second about that. And these resulted in 3 scenarios: a pessimistic scenario, high emissions, bad development outcomes, to a more climate friendly scenario, which is better emissions or lower emissions and still bad outcomes, and then a more inclusive development scenario. So what we see here is that we had to use the model outputs from the ICIMIT project. We had to pick GCMs that we would use. So there were a number of choices that we had to make, which are all documented in the documentation, about which models we're going to use. We chose these models, for instance, for crop simulation, which are different groups out there producing crop production models into the future. And ideally, we would have filled in every one of these matrices here with a model output. And then we would have used all of these to come up with a better assertion of the uncertainty in our estimates. But the reality, we were under, remember I told you we were under the gun. We had to do this in a certain time frame. So we could only choose 4 models, 4 model combinations, meaning combinations of water models with crop models, water model, crop model, water model, crop model. And those were the model combinations that we used. And the result, well, let me just show you first. This is an example of the projected future deviations from the long-term baseline in water availability for the Horn of Africa. One of the things I knew was a problem was they were projecting greater water availability in the Horn of Africa. Recent historical trends have suggested declines in water availability and increasing drought. There's a fundamental problem in the global climate models with this region. It has to do with how they model the Indian Ocean in the way it affects rainfall in the eastern, the Horn area. And so we mentioned that in the report that there's a problem there. For Mexico, though, I think the model is fairly accurate for water availability into the future. Red areas will see significant declines, up to like 75%, 80% changes in water availability in some areas like the Yucatan over here. These, again, are based on combinations of GCMs, global climate models, and different water models. And so these are the high emissions here, high emissions and low emissions. So basically India, which may be of interest to some of you, is likely to see increases in water availability under most future climate scenarios. It doesn't tell you if that water is going to come in one giant downpour once a year or if it's going to come in nice spread out even. All right, so I have to move along a little more quickly. Here's some projections of crop production. By the way, if we have to cut it at 1, what I'll do, and I'll just take questions after the break and when we come back together, okay? So I'm happy if we don't have time for questions now to take those questions later. These are the projections of crop production for the different regions. Again, you're probably most interested in India, and so there are definitely, under the high emission scenarios, more and under certain models, definitely some negative impacts in certain parts of the country for future crop productivity. But by and large, the picture is maybe a little better than in some parts of Mexico, for instance, where you see fairly significant declines in crop production. Sea level rise was just modeled using a digital elevation model in the coastal zone. So there are some issues with these data, particularly in like the Sundarbans. You may know a lot about this already, but this SRTM, which was the best available data when we started this process, and we were using whatever we could get our hands on, captures canopy height, not just ground level. So when you get canopy height, you've got mangroves that are really high in some parts of the Sundarbans, and that immediately what you're capturing is not actual sea level or ground level, you're capturing the height of the canopy. So I see some nods, and I know that some of you have some experience with that. This is an example of population in like the area of Cote d'Ivoire near Abidjan. All right. I'm not going to go into this too much because there's a lot of boxes here, but the basic point is we're projecting future population in the case of groundswell, it's 10-year increments every 10 years. So we start in 2010 because that was our baseline, and we keep going to 2050 in 5 steps. But in ACMI, we use 5-year increments. So we again started in 2010. The reason was that we don't have 2020 census data for every country in the world yet, right? So we needed to start from a very solid baseline. So 2010, we go to 2050, but in 5-year increments. That's ACMI. What we do is we do it for urban and rural areas separately. And here we add in local characteristics that are related to changes in crop and water availability. And we also we use a spatial mass for sea level rise. So when certain areas are flooded in the future, we simply reduce the probability that you can migrate into that area. And then at the end, you get these changes in population distribution. We have, under climate and no climate scenarios, two different population grids, and we can subtract one from the other and get climate migrants. Here I'm just going to have to really telegraph some stuff. This is the calibration. This is how this is not calibration, but this is how the local characteristics are incorporated into the model of future, the gravity model for the future. That red box is all the environmental variables that I was mentioning. It's a weight on the potential of that local area based on the impact of climate variables. So to calibrate it briefly what we're saying is this is where that term hindcast will come in handy. So what we did is we took data from 1990 to 2000 and 2000 to 2010, and we had actual population grids and observations. Then we ran a gravity model from 1990 to 2000 and then from 2000 to 2010. And when we ran that gravity model, what you tend to get is a smooth population distribution like this, all right, where urban areas are here and rural areas are here. It tends to be very smooth. So we hypothesize that any differences in that smooth distribution of population might be partially explained by the environmental factors, the climate factors. And so we had, our models had past crop impacts from climate, and our models had past hydrological impacts from climate. And so we were able to use those to try to explain the difference here. It turned out they were somewhat explanatory for why people were not moving according to the way the gravity model would have them move. So just to say that there was a calibration process, but it's done at a very coarse, large-scale level. I think I've covered this already, basically the combination of climate only, and SSP only, and climate plus SSP, climate versus no climate scenarios. This is what it looked like for Ethiopia. We had 4 different models, combinations. Remember that chart I showed you with the diagonal going down where we combined crop and water models? And so each of these model combinations represented different combinations of crop and water models. And then for each one, we'd run it. And in this case is the worst case scenario, the SSP4 RCP 8.5, the one that we want to avoid. And it shows where people might move into in the South Highlands and where people might move out of in the northern sort of Western Highlands. These are the summary results. If you've ever read in a newspaper that up to 220 million people might migrate by 2050, that's in fact coming from the Groundswell report. It covers these countries of the world. And so I will emphasize that the gravity model, one of the benefits is you can cover a very large area. It's scalable in a way that ABMs are typically not scalable. One of the things I find unfortunate talking about media reportage is that the media very rarely ever reported the lower bound, which is about 45 million people possibly moving as a result of climate change impacts. One other thing I'll just point out is that these bars represent, in this case, the pessimistic or worst case scenario, and this is the more climate friendly scenario. Boy, did I breathe a sigh of relief when the results came out that way, because it wasn't necessarily clear or certain that we would get those results. And it would have been a lot harder for a policy report to say, we're going to see a lot more migration under a climate-friendly scenario where we reduce emissions, right? So this was a windfall for the World Bank because they could make the argument that we really need to reduce emissions in order to reduce the propensity to migrate. The sensitivity of climate factors are much higher in places like sub-Saharan Africa than some other parts of the world. These are some of the summary kind of results that we did where we stacked all 3 scenarios, meaning the 3 SSP RCP combinations on top of each other. And we said, if you're in the 10th percentile, most in migration or out migration, you get a 1. That's sort of the value that you get. And then you stack those up and you get 1, 2, or 3 scenarios which say the people are going to be moving into this area. So we could then basically say some areas, all 3 models, or basically all 3 runs in terms of climate, future climate, were predictive of people moving into those areas or people moving out. And in some cases, it was only 2 out of 3, so they got the lighter shade of blue or red. So I don't know. We don't have Asia here, so I won't be able to describe that in more detail. But we were able to do things like look at migration in and out of livelihood zones by doing some basic zonal statistics. So all of these below the bar ones for East Africa show that people are largely going to be moving out of rain-fed agricultural systems. We saw a lot of movement into pastoral and rangelands. Again, this was largely an artifact of the fact that for much of East Africa, the projections were for increased rainfall, especially in the Horn. I think there's some real doubts about whether that will happen, but we were able to sort of explain that in the results. I think I'm not going to talk much about ACMI. I'm just going to flash some results of the ACMI. I will say that the ACMI numbers for Africa run about the same, even though we changed a lot of the model inputs and we changed the resolution that we modeled in, and we had a lot of different new variables that we added. The numbers were largely consistent across the 2 modeling efforts. If you look at the ACMI, an upper bound of about 113 million in Africa, and under a pessimistic scenario, around 105 for groundswell. So with that, I'll just leave the pros and cons up on the screen, and I think I am at 1 o'clock exactly, so we can stop. Dr. Rahman, tell me what you would like to do. Should we stop now? Oh, we can still have some time because I lost a little time. Remember, I did lose some time there. So does anyone have any questions about any of the work that's been described? And it's okay. If you're tired and you don't want to ask any questions, that's fine too. Nope? Okay. Good. We can also take questions after the break. It might be good to just freshen up a little bit and get some food in our stomachs. Yes, you're nodding. So, all right. There's no need to push it, Dr. Rahman. You can also come up to me and talk to me during the lunch break. Oh, there is a question. Okay. Let me pass you the mic.
So I think there's a lot about these quantitative data analysis. What about qualitative data? How can we analyze the experiences of people through qualitative methods? Would you like to say anything on that? Or any methods?
Yes, I admit that I've given not as much attention to qualitative research results like in my first presentation this morning. And right now, this was all about quantitative approaches, partly because I've been a bit more focused on that. I was actually supposed to go to Gambia and talk to migrants and talk to families that send migrants just before just this in April, and our project was cut. So the Trump administration cut the funding that we had to go to to do the field work. I had spent so long getting all the approvals, everything together, everything was ready, and then a month before I got the notification that we wouldn't be able to go to the Gambia. So. So the answer to your question is absolutely. There are a lot of useful approaches to studying climate mobility, going to the field, talking to people, conducting surveys. You'll hear right after this, after lunch, you're going to hear a study that we're conducting in India. And part of what my point of that study is, we have certain statistical relationships. Now we need to go to the field and actually ask people if that's what's really going on. So you've hit the nail on the head, and I just want to thank you for asking that question, but it's really important. Yeah. Okay, ethnographic research, yes. So all of you who are saying all this, statistical approaches are great, but what about asking real people out in the field? Remember that one slide I had was about contextualization and how all these quantitative studies, one of the things they often lack, almost 50% of them lack, is any local contextualization. Like a lot of them, the authors point out, not a single migrant was ever asked a question. And so, again, it's partly a function of the fact that there are a lot of data now. There's right now, like there's this group in the U.S. that collects all the census data in the microdata, IPUMS, IPUMS. You can download tons of data from IPUMS. They undoubtedly have a lot of data for India. And that's microdata, basically household level responses to survey questions. So IPUMS is a good source, but you can download those data, analyze them from morning till evening, come up with statistical relationships, and still miss important things because you've not gone to the field to talk to real people. Thank you for bringing that up. I think we should break for lunch now.
We have no. We have the.
Are valid or not. Then I'm going to talk a bit about policy options, and then what I want to do is open it up to a broad discussion based on the exercise you carried out, the tutorial on day 2, in which you looked at the range of options available to communities beyond mobility, but including mobility, to address the challenge of climate change and climate impacts. So that's the breakdown of my presentation. And I'm going to sit over here a little bit so that I can also see the screen. So the context of this study is an award that Fabien Cotier was awarded. I was involved in it early on. Now I'll be the PI because Fabien's moving to Geneva. So the original project is called Displaced Livelihoods. And we're focusing on drought impacts on agricultural labor force participation in UP and Bihar. So the team involves a number of researchers, one of whom was a former postdoc visiting with us, Robin van Dijn, who's now at the University of Amsterdam. He would probably be the one who has the deepest experience working in India of the team, other than, of course, Chetan Chaitani, who is Indian, and of course he has very deep experience. So we know that the ag sector is exposed to extreme heat. And if stressors are, the climate stressors are drivers to rural-urban migration in India, that increases the urbanization rates and potentially also could contribute to the formation of slums or the growth of slums and informal settlements. So in India, there's approximately 150 households that are agricultural, that if you take an average household size, that's about 600 million people. So you remember I showed the urbanization rate in India, and it's among the lowest for a lot of developing countries. And I'm not quite sure why that is, and we can maybe discuss why so many people remain very wed and very much committed to living agricultural livelihoods. So climate change has a number of impacts on agriculture. We're going to look at heat waves and drought. Obviously, floods could be included in extreme events, but these are the two that we're looking at. The research is basically not expecting long-term permanent migration, but rather because of strong local ties, and I've heard this from a number of you, there are very strong local ties, and so at most men, maybe women in some cases, will go to the city, stay for a period of time, and then return at some point to their home village. So this is, I don't know about this exclusionary urbanization argument, but there may be, I guess basically the fundamental element is that it's too expensive to live in cities long term. So people retain their roots in the rural areas. If you look at this aggregate crude migration intensity index that's calculated for different countries, guess which country is at the very bottom? It happens to be India. And some people may not be able to see the screen. So that means migration rates, internal migration rates in India are typically a little bit lower than they are in some other countries. So because there's an absence of local work opportunities outside of agriculture, we find this circular labor migration serves the needs of households best. Gender dynamics in migration, social and cultural norms restricting women's mobility means that migration is usually undertaken by men. Migrants reside and work away from their village most of the calendar year, typically 9 to 11 months, returning only briefly for major festivals, weddings, or other family obligations. And then those families in the home village receive remittances from their loved ones. This circularity of labor migration is often overlooked in climate migration research. So this is something that one or two of you brought up with me, that this is a particularity of India and would it be worthy of study? And the answer categorically is yes, it's an important phenomenon. But it's difficult to model because of the data difficulties in capturing. Remember I told you about the fact that if you have a census at a certain time and you capture people at a certain time, you're not capturing necessarily, if you ask where you were 5 years before, what about all those 4 or 5 years between that earlier time step when you might have moved as well? So how can we understand, how can we develop models that deepen the understanding of the relationship between climate change and human migration in India? And the answer is primarily through the tool of using agricultural labor force participation. And the assumption here is that if you are registered in a village and that's where you're counted, and that's the case in India from what I understand, even if you reside temporarily in an urban area, you would be counted in your home village by the census. If you are registered as non-agricultural and there's no other real opportunities to work in the non-agricultural sector, like there's a limited service and there's a limited industrial sector in that rural area, then if you say that you're not working in the agricultural sector, by implication, you could say that person has probably moved to a nearby urban area, or even maybe to the capital, like to New Delhi. So that's the implication. What we had was data on labor force participation for 2001 and 2011. The new census is not yet published, but will be published soon, and we hope to update this analysis using data from the 2011 census. So we had these data for villages, and we linked it to a spatial database, the place, location, name, code. And then we had some data on irrigation, on percent of ag land irrigated, and crop data. And then finally we brought in biophysical data on drought. Okay, so this is the linking of social vulnerability or social data to climate data. And we have monthly drought data for every individual village for 40 years. We have Indian censuses recorded in 2001 and 11, which I told you about. We then use a fixed effects model with 5-year time lags for our regression analyses. The question is, was there drought in the village right before the census recorded? We do that for both 2001 and 2011 census years. We model the share of male unemployment in agriculture as a dependent variable because, as I said before, if you're working in the non-agricultural sector, that means most likely that you're moving out of the village and you're temporarily in a city for a period of time. So therefore, we bypass some of the problems that I mentioned, that you all are aware of in getting accurate data on migration. So this is the percent change in 2001 to 2011 in the agricultural workforce participation. And you can see the darker red areas is perhaps a 25% change in agricultural labor force participation. This is male workforce, not female workforce. Then what you can do is look at, you can drill down. I believe this is somewhere on the border between Bihar, and you can look at the village level data and see some of the villages that have particularly high levels of out-migration. Then you can couple that with the drought index data. Most of you now are familiar with some of these terms, the SPEI, and the higher the number, so if it's higher the negative number, the more drought you see. And so the area that you're looking at in the Ganges Basin is generally drought prone. And this is a 2009 drought index. Normal conditions would be indicated by 0 or between the yellow and the orange areas. Exceptional drought in this map, so that is not an issue. And this is the same area as I highlighted earlier on the border between UP and Bihar. So what you see basically, and this is part of the major take home of the findings, is that for drought and for severe drought, villages that were exposed to these drought levels actually saw higher levels of out-migration. So if you're below the line and you see a drought is green and severe drought is an orange, and if you're below the line, basically you're basically seeing this is for the whole population, meaning both male and female. You're seeing a negative 1% change in agricultural labor force participation in these two different cases, between 1 and 1.2% negative. Over a 5-year average on the right-hand side, you can see the effect is somewhat attenuated. So we're looking at 5 years of drought data. The average drought 5 years before the census, and you can see it's attenuated somewhat, but there is still a negative and statistically significant impact of drought. Here's some of the maps. So the map on the left is the 1-year lag, and the other is the 5-year average lag, average drought conditions. Gujarat is particularly sensitive, but then if you move westerly, you see that both UP and Bihar are also quite impacted. this is the projections. So we also did projections of SPEI based on different RCP scenarios. 2.45, which is, I'm sorry, 4.5, yeah, and 8.5. So 4.5 is a moderate climate change scenario, and 8.5 would be the extreme climate change scenario. You can see at the bottom it says there's a change in 1.2, an increase in more than 1.2 severe drought months and more than 1.6 severe drought months. I think that's in an average year, 5-year averages. So what you're seeing here is on the left, the 1-year lagged effect. If the same relationships, this is the ceteris paribus assumption, if the same relationship holds in the future, given a certain increase in drought, you would see it up to 2%, or even at the high end, a 3% decline in agricultural labor force participation. And if for the same thing for 5 years, 5-year droughts, you would see under a high emission scenario on the right-hand side, you would see, I'm just looking at the different scenarios that are mapped here. Anyway, you would see maybe a 4 to 5% decrease in agricultural labor force participation in the in a sort of a decadal period. So what are the implications and weaknesses of the studies? If the results are correct, then we would expect to see more movement from rural areas to cities under increased drought conditions in the future. Yet, why would we observe these findings? This approach says nothing about the individual or household level aspirations that people have. Are things like land fragmentation, changing aspirations, economic opportunities, mechanization also going to have an effect? Also, importantly, who migrates? Is it scheduled tribes and castes? Is it other backward classes? And who does not migrate? This is where quantitative models are limited in their ability to respond to the questions in a data-scarce environment. So that's why you need to go to the field. And so we're planning to go to the field in January 2026. I should actually be back in India at that time. And we'll be doing 2,000 to 3,000 household surveys across UP and Bihar. We want a better understanding also of how crop insurance policies, guaranteed wage labor, caste dynamics, and also more anthropological understanding of migration dynamics. And these are just some photos of the areas where Robin Van Dyne has conducted research in the past. Many of you will be very familiar with such scenes. So maybe I'll stop there and see if there's any immediate questions related to this research before I go on to talk more about policy options for climate mobility. So I guess if you just raise your hand and unmute, you can.
Okay. Dr. Alex, I have a question in my mind. Okay, how can rural skill development and employment guarantee scheme reduce climate-induced displacements? What is your opinion?
Well, the idea would be if you have social protection measures or insurance schemes that if you lose your crops to a drought event, that you would be able to withstand that, over, if it were just a year or so, maybe 2 years at most, you might be able to withstand and stay in place rather than having to migrate. Those are the hypothesized relationships. At a very minimum, even if men are still going to migrate out of the village to go to the cities, you would hope for a higher standard of living, less impacts on the local population, maybe higher, less undernutrition among children, that sort of thing. So these are some of the impacts that those kinds of policies would have. And I'm happy to hear more. I mean, you guys are the experts. So if there's elements of this work that you don't agree with, and you say, well, that just doesn't make any sense. I will say that the data were analyzed in a rigorous manner, so I don't think we can dispute the data, but we could dispute the mechanisms at work. And my understanding is, though it's not explicit here, that some of these things like access to agriculture, to irrigated agriculture, and I forget what the other variable was that was included. Some of these things are already included in the models, so they would be controlled for
And so any additional migration is a result of basically what we hypothesize to be drought impacts. Yes, hand up. Go ahead.
Professor, in Bihar, I mean, the amount of land, I mean, are we only talking about the people working on others' land, or are we talking about them? Because there needs to be a survey around, okay, if the people who are migrating actually have a land or not. Or are there, like, I mean, I don't know if there is data around that. Because
yes, so landlessness project, as I said, because we lost the person who's conducting the work. So I'm going to be looking carefully at the instrument to make sure that things like landlessness are covered.
Sir, I have answered for this.
Okay, do you want to unmute over here? Just lean over. You have to lean forward.
We have that data in census. So if you go to the village census, in village census, there at the end column, you will find that agricultural laborer, cultivators, these types of classifications are there, and you can get the who are the owner of the farmer and who are the agricultural laborer. What you are pointing out, those are the agricultural laborer who don't have the land. So then with that data they can incorporate in their. One observation what I would like to think of, or probably we can think of in a sense that which is very scant in terms of looking like the climate migration. For the last 5 years, we have gone through like a number of things, but possibly one thing that is the intersectional inequities, like which intersects with each other. For example, in UP and Bihar, like when you talks about the caste, for example, OBC, scheduled caste, or the scheduled tribes, for example, possibly there could not be a direct migration because of climate change. That could be a possibility, but the sort of indignity that climate change actually brings to them. For example, the common tap water, if it's some in rural areas, they would not be allowed to get from there. Like, what sort of, in terms of measuring that, what could be the possibilities that we can think of or develop? I think census doesn't offer that sort of thing also.
This is precisely the kind of input that we need, right? You know, thinking about these intersectional disadvantages that people have. So feel free to email me or contact me if you have additional thoughts. But make a note of those as well. And I think the survey is going to have to make up for some gaps, and of course the census has some variables that we'll be also exploiting. I do hope that the 2021 census is released soon, because it would be really you're.
It has not started yet. It has not started the enumeration.
Oh, it was delayed because of COVID? Oh, so it was delayed because of COVID, I assume. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll be waiting for a little while then. Yeah. No, I well understand that.
Sir, I have a question. My point is that more generic, basically. So why this two-state is taken into consideration for this project, while the drought has been found in the southern part and as well as in the district in the eastern part? Is there any specific cause of
well, the drought actually, according to the data that we have for SPI in that particular time period, doesn't show drought in southern India. But yes, you're right. Gujarat, and what is the state just below Bihar? I forget the name. Okay, thanks. So those two states would be primary, I guess, in terms of being most impacted during this time period, again, qualifying. But what I would say that some of this is just opportunistic. We're international researchers. Getting in and out of remote regions of India may be more difficult. So I believe some of the rationale is you can get into New Delhi by flight directly from somewhere else, and then go to the field almost immediately and start working. And that's part of the rationale. It's not a good rationale.
Now the point is that I like to bring in the talk we had before lunch, because both these states, Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, has a legacy of migration, and this is very much related with autocorrelation spatial. So if you look into that part, and if you consider other states, yes, this one, if you look into the southern part as well as some of the part in West Bengal, some districts where the heterogeneity of migration is there even though the drought is prevailing.
No, it's a good point. So we should be looking in places where migration is not increasing as a result of drought, is what you're saying. Okay, I get it. And I'll bring that back to the team. Yeah, no, I mean, this does show that there are parts of India where rates of rural to urban migration are very low, right? In Kerala and I don't know all the, what's the state in the Maharashtra? Maharashtra. So, it's kind of, striking. And as you point out, we're looking at a hotbed where there's a lot of migration to urban areas, and maybe we should be doing one control case. I'll bring that back. Anything else? I think maybe we should move on. We do want to have, oh, I see one more hand. Yes, of course.
Thanks, sir, for your such a good presentation. So I have 2 points. One point I have to make, like my fellow colleague said, that why we have taken the state of Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. So I'm also wondering, there's a lot of migration from upper land to the lower land. There's a state of Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand. My one of the fellow colleague is also from that state. He can tell you what there is a lot of migration from at upper land due to the landslide, flash flood, and a lot of things are going on over there. So there's a lot of migration from that due to my disaster. So the second point, this I do not have to make a point. I just have to ask a clarification. What are the key takeaway points that we take from this presentation? So what are the conclusion that we can make at?
Well, the conclusion I stated earlier is basically that there is a sensitivity of particularly male agricultural labor force participation related to drought, from which we can infer that some of those men, most of them probably, are leaving the rural sector and going to the urban sector to work for a period. Is that clear enough?
Yeah, this is clear. I'm agreeing with your point. The first point is that there's a lot of migration from upper land to the lower land. So what we can do for that?
I don't know what upper and lower land are.
Upper land is a Himalaya and lower land is a fertile land. So it is a Himachal Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, mountainous region.
Okay.
And there's a lowland is a terrain region, is a flat region.
Yeah, I don't think we look at that explicitly in this study, but if you're interested in looking at that, we can slice and dice these data any number of ways. One of the beauties that hopefully you're learning from this workshop is once you have the data in a spatial framework, like I showed earlier when we did the climate mobility modeling for the World Bank, we looked at livelihood zones, but we could have looked, we did for ACMI, we looked at what was the migration in and out of urban areas, what was the migration in and out of climate migration in and out of borderland areas, because they wanted to know about borderlands, pastoral lands, etc. And once you have the data in a spatial framework, it's easy to do all those kinds of tests. So you guys are giving us some really good ideas. I'm actually going to point my collaborators to this video afterwards and ask them to listen to it carefully. And feel free to email me as well. All right. Can we go on, or shall we? Okay, no problem. I have no problem talking about this longer if you'd like. All right. So now we're going to talk a bit about policy. So efforts to do planned relocation and resettlement. I'll talk more about that towards the end of my presentation. And then there's managing displacement impacts. So, for instance, the EU has funded certain countries to be refugee hosting countries. They basically say if you can, house and feed and provide water and maybe some health services to these populations that are displaced into your country, we'll support you with additional foreign aid. So there's other ways that managing displacement impacts also takes place. In the second category, there's a group called Mercy Mercy Aid, Mercy Care. And Mercy Care basically came up with an innovative project that I heard of in Niger, where they help facilitate the education of migrants leaving Niger to go to Nigeria. So what happens in many countries is if you go to a neighboring country, you're not protected by law, you're considered a foreigner, and you're easily exploited. And so what they've done is actually help train the young men, particularly who go to Nigeria from Niger, which is just to the north, to better negotiate and to better take care of themselves, essentially. And they did it as a test, a pilot test, where they basically trained some young people, and they didn't do it for others, and they were using it as a controlled experiment. And I don't actually have the final results of that, but I thought it was a very innovative idea to just give a little bit of extra information and capacity for migrants to do a better job when they migrate in achieving their objectives. Ultimately, what they're trying to do is earn money. Here's some areas of work that Sarah Rosengartner, who I mentioned earlier at GCCM, has, these are areas that policy and programming can help with. It can prevent people from migrating by helping them stay in place. It can facilitate, like I mentioned, can protect the rights of people to move, and it can include people, meaning if people move to an area, there could be policies in place where they're not rejected outright or ignored, but they're actually assisted when they get to their destination. In each of these particular areas there's different areas of climate action, and so different groups would be responsible for different kinds of interventions. An increasingly important area that people are looking at is how cities can become more welcoming, like climate refuges, if it were, as it were. And so they're demanding, decision makers, mayors are demanding more localized data and projections. They want decision-making power over key policy levers such as land use and planning and taxation. Helping to know who's coming in is important. Involvement in policy making at higher levels of governance, and direct access to funding and financing. So these are things that mayors are now increasingly demanding. I've worked a little bit with this group called Mayors Migration Council. We've actually developed on the left-hand side some projections for them of future climate migration into cities in Central America and Mexico. And you can see some of the areas that are urbanized where you'll see a high certainty of high levels of climate in migration, and those are the red and the yellow areas. And so, Mexico City, Guadalajara, Managua, almost every city has red, meaning that they're likely to see more climate migration in the future. This is some maps we did for the ACMI, looking at Cairo, and looking at, in the future, we have data down to a 1 kilometer level showing where there might be future climate migration. But mayors are looking for more refined information. On Wednesday, I went to the NIAU, and NIAU is National Institute for Urban Affairs, NIUA. So they were very interested in this potential for rural to urban migration to result in more, single men who need temporary housing when they're. And one of the phenomena they described happening, which is something that local mayors and policymakers don't particularly like, is that landowners, maybe in villages just outside in the urban periphery, are dividing up their land and building residences for these men, and sometimes 4 men will share one room, and they'll even rotate the beds. So there's some working, at night, some working in the day, and so they can really make a handy profit off of this quickly. But this is not a legal form of land use, and the landlords are aware of that, so they try to keep it down low. They don't want the policymakers to be aware. But it's an interesting phenomenon, something that obviously, if there's more migration in the future to the cities or temporary labor migration, that kind of phenomena will grow in importance. And part of the reason it's on the down low is these people are not paying taxes on those properties, and they're building up land in ways that may not be according to to urban development standards. So I mentioned the GCCM before. They've done a lot of work in different parts of the world. We worked in Africa with them, and we're working in the Caribbean. But recently, after the Africa work that we did, they went back to a number of countries. I believe it was Uganda and Angola. No, not Angola, Namibia, and maybe Botswana, and maybe one or two other countries to actually work with local authorities on planning for climate migration. Their action agenda is here, and maybe we can bring that back up when we talk about policy options for India. But these are some of the things that they, want to do, like amplify women's agency, the ability of women to act. They want to harness the ambitions of the youth. So, youth can be problematic when they don't achieve their aspirations. We say busy. Idle hands are the devil's playground, we say in American English. That means when you're not doing anything, you get into trouble. And it's better to get busy. So how can we harness the ambitions of the youth? And building from the local, all these things are really like maybe common sense at one level, but they are important rubrics for action. So what they've done in Africa is they've done things like this deep dive in Uganda. They start by localizing the continental knowledge, the knowledge that we generated with our modeling work, and which was also informed by some of the surveys they conducted in northern Uganda and Karamoja. And then they develop policy blueprints addressing climate mobility and inform adaptation and development planning. The overall process is to take the data and the desk research and the research studies that have been done in a country, do consultations with national stakeholders, and then develop a blueprint for action in the country. And these are some changes in Uganda for temperature, the anomalies, and you can see, like the charts I showed on day one, everything's pointing upwards in terms of temperatures in Uganda in reference to the 30-year baseline period. There's a lot of displacement, affected populations, there's deaths from disasters, and there's also differences by region on how literate people are about climate issues. So, I mean, one thing that may sound simple, but if people don't even know that there's climate risks to begin with, they're not aware that building in a certain area, even though today it may be dry, in 2 months when the monsoon comes, it's up to 10 feet in water. You need to educate people, but there's also, this is just basic literacy, like, do you even know that climate change is happening? And so these are some of the rates in parts of Uganda. So we took data that we actually, Fabien Cochier produced on bilateral flows between countries in Africa. So this was using climate model projections and identifying the sensitivity in the past of bilateral flows to of migration between countries and climate parameters. And then we use those same sensitivity factors to project into the future under different climate scenarios. So what we see is that Uganda is mainly a net sending country, with a lot of people going to Kenya and Rwanda on the right-hand side. But it also receives a certain number of migrants from Tanzania, Sudan, Congo, Burundi, Kenya, Ethiopia, Rwanda, etc. So just to give you an idea of the sort of international migration picture for Uganda, one of the things in Africa is a lot of East Africa and West Africa both have free movement agreements. So you can actually move between countries without visas, and you can even work in neighboring countries without visas. This is similar to what I showed you for Senegal this morning, and it just shows the likely future internal climate migration levels in Uganda out to 2050, with a kind of high end of 5.1 and a low end of 2.2 million. And this also, with the same data that I showed you earlier, you can just calculate other internal migrants, non-climate migrants. So you get an idea of how climate mobility compares to non-climate mobility. Then you can look at origins and destination areas in sort of the probability of certain areas being origin and destination. I'm not certain, but I think this is where Kampala is. And I believe this is Lake Victoria here, the southern border. So you can see on the right-hand side the numbers, projected numbers of people by 2050, the kind of cumulated net migration from 2010 to 2050. And the green areas would leave people, the green areas are people arriving in new areas, and the red areas are people leaving in this particular map. And this is just climate migration, so this is not speaking on the right-hand side about other forms of mobility. We know that there'll be a lot of in-migration to Kampala no matter what, just because Kampala is a magnet for migrants. And then we can look at cities that are growing or declining under climate scenarios. So the process was we mapped out the mapping of the outreach to stakeholders. They had 5 workshops, and then they documented the findings from those workshops, the stakeholder consultations. Out of those workshops, people had the following observations, and these are observations from the local participants, that people experience changes to weather and environment but don't know about climate change. So they know about extremes, but they don't know that climate change may be behind those. There is a lack of climate risk education. Climate stressors put strain on gender relations and mental and physical health. Poor environmental practices exacerbate the impacts of climate change. So, doing things that affect the environment in ways that exacerbate flood, for instance. People move when climate impacts threaten their water access, livelihoods, and food security. Movements can lead to conflict between farmers and herders. This is a common theme in Africa. People tolerate climate-related risks in order to preserve access to their fertile land. So this might be the India kind of phenomena, where even though there's risks, I'd rather stay on the land than leave the land, because if I leave the land, someone else is likely to take the land that I have. And then migrants and displaced peoples often settle in places that are more vulnerable or more at risk to climate hazards. And then they had this blueprint. They want to enable people to stay where they are. They want to provide informed mobility and create enabling conditions for safe settlement and inclusion of newcomers. So those are some, that's an example of what might be done and could be done potentially in a country like India, as vast as India. And then they have a kind of a more granular blueprint. And maybe we can come back to a few of these slides when we have a discussion later about different approaches. All right, so let's quickly, because I'm gonna run out of time, and I want to make sure we have enough time for discussion. Talk about managed retreat as a policy option. This is a dialogue that's really happening primarily in the U.S. I don't know if managed retreat is even a term that's used in India. Have you heard of the term? Has it been used, to your knowledge, within India? No? Yes? I don't see too many people nodding. So in the U.S., it's a term that's being used as climate extremes become more intense and people are losing their homes. And so it's becoming a debate about, houses being burned down or houses being flooded out, maybe multiple times in a 10-year period where floods come routinely. And what do we do in response to that? There's also problems with insurance in the U.S. So homes are a really important asset in America. So the way people build wealth in America is to own a home to begin with. And then hopefully over time that value appreciates and you can upgrade to a larger home, etc. And if you lose your home, that's a very big issue. Not only because you've lost your dwelling, but because your single biggest asset, your home, has been destroyed. And if insurers pull out of certain markets, that ability to replace a home to rebuild it is lost, right? So here's just some examples. We usually speak about managed retreat in the context of flood risk in the coastal zone, storm surge, cyclones, and of course long-term sea level rise. This just shows a map of areas in the world where sea level rise is most pronounced. In those areas where it's going to get highest by 2100 are in red. So, it's not just about global sea level rise. There's a lot of local characteristics that result in differential sea level rise based on whether your land is subsiding or sinking, or if it's rising owing to plate tectonics, and also things like eustatic sea level rise, which is due to the ocean's heating. So there's actually areas of the Pacific that are a lot higher than other parts of the Pacific because the ocean is just that much warmer in the middle of the Pacific in parts of the tropical Pacific. The water actually expands, the molecules expand. So that's part of sea level rise. So just to say that's why the circles aren't the same size everywhere in the world, because sea level rise will be differential. What's happening in some parts of America are things like this in Pacifica, California, where they have built houses high up on cliffs, and those cliffs are being eroded at the base. So apartments are literally falling off into the sea. You see this house, that could be overnight, a major coastal storm, and suddenly you wake up and your lawn is gone and your house is kind of like hanging out over the cliff. So they've been debating how to handle this. This is a great podcast if you want to listen to it later. But basically, what it brings up is the fact that people don't want to move, even if they're told that they're at risk. And so people like that seafront view is still valuable to a lot of people, even though they're hanging on the edge of the cliff, believe it or not. So this is an issue that is becoming very controversial in America. Miami is another situation, a very low-lying area where flooding occurs on a pretty routine basis. It's not just sea level rise. It's like you get a massive rainfall and you got floods. So this is the kind of issue they're facing. And of course, there is also something called blue sky flooding from sea level, where the water just comes up through the storm drains and it floods the streets. That's salt water, by the way, so you don't want to be driving through that water. That's like really bad for your car, just in case you're ever wondering. So this is Miami, and these are some of the flood depths that occur. This is a 100-year event according to FEMA, and it shows where water would be waist. This is just like common people's parlance, right? Knee to waist deep, waist to head deep, etc. And so you can see large areas of Miami that would be under, like, this is 0 meter sea level rise. This is 2 meter sea level rise. And you can just see how much of the area is affected by sea level rise. So they asked, this is a colleague of mine, Nadia Satiram, former postdoc at Columbia, and she asked people if they're considering moving. She interviewed people who are residents of Miami, different parts of Miami, if they're considering moving in the next 5 years. About 47% in the interviews said yes, about 40% in the surveys said yes, but that could be for any number of reasons, and some of the major reasons tended to be around affordability and employment. Those are the major reasons. Flooding was around 20% of the population said they might move because of flooding. So these are kind of interesting findings. They're little like reality checks about what people are thinking. Increased heat is also a factor in Miami, and people don't like it when it's really hot, like today is here. I've been doing some work in New York City, and this is a map of extreme flood risk. You see it's somewhat coarse resolution, but this is sea level rise by 2080 in New York City. So water will be going up streets by 2080 under an extreme flood with sea level rise. So that means that sea level rise is essentially blocking water from getting off the streets and into storm drains. So what I've done is gone down to a community called Red Hook. Right down here in the Hudson, in the kind of New York City Bay, what do they call that area? Anyway, it's sort of the mouth of the Hudson River. And this is an area that was under sea level. So this is a high water mark during Sandy. And if I stood next to that mark, I would be underwater basically entirely. That was the level of water at the port facility. That's a model, so that's not the actual drone view of the community, but it's a model of what Sandy did to the community when the storm surge occurred in 2012. And so you can see water went inland and also preferentially went to areas that were already low-lying, which were part of the inland area. This is a guy, Tad Pulowski at Columbia, who introduced me to this community. And this is a community leader, Karen Blundell. And you know what's interesting? So they developed a plan to protect Red Hook, this community, with a 10-foot elevation. So that's about 2 meters, 3 meters, 3-meter elevation bund or dike or water kind of seawall, with some of those areas being existing 3-meter areas, and some of them being new proposed protections. After all these years, this thing was developed about 4 or 5 years ago. I haven't seen that come into place yet. All I've seen so far is temporary flood protection measures. But anyway, the long and short is that Karen, I asked her on my latest visit, and I said, hey, these are students, by the way, that we bring down there to talk about this topic. I said, yes, they're developing a lot of high rent, really luxury housing in the community of Red Hook, right on the water. And I was like, assuming she is a low income person living in public assisted housing would be opposed to this, but she's actually for it. Why do you think she might be for it? Why do you think she would actually support a bunch of gentrification, essentially, or new high rent units? Any thoughts? I think she's just being pragmatic. She knows that the community is likely to be better protected if you have a lot of wealthy people moving in. It's a reality, right? So if it's almost like an insurance policy. Well, those people are right on the water. They're going to be the first to, as we say in American English, they're going to be the first to squawk when there's a problem. They're going to start crying out, "You got to do something to protect us. This isn't, right." And if it's just the low-income population in that community living in public assisted housing, the mayor will be all too easily say, "We just need to move you all out of here." So it's a kind of interesting strategy. These are some of the strategies, by the way, for southern Manhattan to make it flood-proof. Very expensive and very beautiful, but these things are going to cost billions and billions of dollars. And frankly, some of it's gotten underway, but a lot of it doesn't look anything like that today. But they would never do anything like that for Red Hook because it's a isolated community on the other side, not in southern Manhattan. This is where Wall Street is, by the way, just in the southern part of Manhattan. All right, so there's also a lot of other issues that might result in managed retreat. And so things like wildfires, drought, extreme heat might result in some people leaving certain areas. And finally, tornado risk. Tornadoes are a big issue in America. Have you ever seen pictures after a tornado, what it looks like? I mean, I don't live in a tornado belt, although everywhere in America now has become a tornado belt. It's literally happening in New Jersey, Massachusetts, where I grew up, way up in the Northeast. We never had tornadoes, never even heard of tornadoes happening there. But now with climate change, we're seeing tornadoes occurring everywhere. But there's a certain area called Tornado Alley in middle of America. And frankly, that's one of the areas where insurers are pulling out the most. Because when a tornado comes through, nothing survives. There's nothing in its path. People survive, they go underground, but the buildings completely obliterated. So these are some of the headlines that are occurring in the U.S. now about whether we're going to see more climate migration. I get interviewed periodically. You know, I don't always, it's not always a welcome voice because I'm a little bit of a skeptic about some of this narrative again, but these are some future projections done by some colleagues that look at future potential migration out of the coastal zone and in America under certain climate scenarios. What are the basic policy responses in managed retreat? Managed retreat has to do with moving people, generally speaking, the term has to do with moving people out of areas affected by climate risks and moving settlements and removing settlements in wild and rewilding areas. So in principle, managed retreat at its core is supposed to mean getting people out of there and then allowing nature to do its job of protecting the coastline. These are like nature-based solutions, if you will. But managed retreat has increasingly also been construed as things like accommodation strategies. So if you live in a flood-prone area, you could move your house, get your house on stilts, put everything, up about 10 or 15 feet and get it out of the water, the flood zone. It can also imply things like protection. Buyouts are a common strategy in managed retreat. So what you do is you go into the community and you basically start offering people money for their homes, and the government pays them. There's other strategies that have been tried, like rent to buy, sort of like people sell to the government and then they rent it back from the government until a catastrophe strikes. And then when the catastrophe happens, they can leave without losing their asset. They've already sold it. There's planned relocations, also zoning restriction, increased insurance rates. So there are a lot of different approaches that are being taken. Some of you read those stories from the Arctic, the indigenous people in the Arctic living up in Alaska. And that particular article relates to negotiated efforts by indigenous groups, Eskimo group, well, they're Native Alaskan groups, to move out of the coastal area because of the increasing risks they face. So there's a lot of controversy around managed retreat. Maybe I'll skip these slides because they have to do more with the controversies in America. But a lot of it just comes down to vested interests. And in particular for real estate companies, they don't like this at all because it means they're losing value, losing assets. And home builders don't like the idea of managed retreat either, because every time a disaster comes, who's employed the people who build homes and construction industry? They like it. They like those disasters because they bring new money in. So there's a lot of different vested interests, and largely the big issue, though, like in India, is that most people just don't want to leave their home. They don't want to leave where they consider to be their community. If you want to know more about Managed Retreat, every 2 years I've been organizing this conference called Managed Retreat. We changed the name to Mobility and Resilience this year to make it a bigger, broader discussion. But you can go to the URLs there to get YouTube videos. Maybe in the interest of time, I'll break there. I have some slides that I could show on resettlement issues. This was a paper that I wrote a few years ago with some colleagues, and where it was really the first effort to look at what might happen under climate change with the need to resettle populations. And so I can talk more about that if you'd like, but maybe we could stop there and just begin some of the conversation around what might be done in India and what might be some of the policy solutions and options in this country. So, Intesa, do you want to bring up the spreadsheet with the, thanks.
After that, we need to contact the exam for half an hour.
Yeah, so at 4:30 they can do the exam, correct? All right, I'm being told that we need to stop now for, I guess you all have an exam. And, but we do have about 5 minutes, so maybe we can have some early discussion around possible policy options in India. By the way, the slides on resettlement are on the drive, so you can look at those slides. So you've been very patient. You paid attention. I appreciate it. You've been amazing. And we may not have an opportunity right now to get into all the options, the adaptation options that you described for the first tutorial on causal modeling. But I'm wondering if there are observations around policies that may have been tried already in India, may have succeeded or may not have succeeded to address issues around climate mobility, given the particularities of India and the particular policy and livelihood environment here.
Sir, in India, still there is no such a policy regarding climate mobility. But apart from that, there is a huge internal migration happening over the past decades in the country. To check that, in the early 2000, the government brought a concept called PURA, provision of urban amenities to rural areas. That was a concept to uh, accelerate or to energize the village areas for energize the local economy, but it failed later on. So as such, there is no such climate mobility, any policy regarding climate mobility, but there are some policies which are not working on the ground, but to check the migration, internal migration in the country.
So at the time when they tried this policy, was there actually were there examples where they did actually implement it? Were there some successes?
Yes, sir. They implemented some village areas which later they converted to smart village concept. Then some of the ministers and member of parliaments were assigned out on the whole country scale.
What I think perfectly work for the government, or when we see for the narrative of climate change, is like prioritizing the national security over the human security. That becomes one of the important concern, and it's like if you try to see the India, climate mobility is a concern definitely, but that is particularly to the national security. So if you look like the works of Gregory White, for example, the climate migration in the warming world, where he actually takes the example of transnational Atlantic, but he then again try to explain, for example, the Bangladesh and India relation, where one of the most important hotspot any of the academician working on climate migration pinpoint that this area is having the potential to project the violence in the future. And we see that there's a lot of identity crisis. And in terms of policy response, so whatever we try to see, it's not only Gregory White, but also I think Andrew Baldwin in Greed Boas, you also talked on that. She also has a book on securitization of climate-induced migration. Then Timothy Doyle, Sanjay Chaturvedi. So whatsoever try to bring in perspective. So it's like let's leave alone that we understand, especially in terms of global south, that what is adaptation and mitigation to climate change. It is mostly about projecting as a sort of leader on the international politics to find a place. So moreover, it's like when you try to promise a net zero by 2070, but in 2025 you're heavily relying on the coal. How is that going to happen? And it's like if it's more like very classical thing. neo-Malthusian thinking. And it's not only about India, particularly in the US. It's like I was just trying to drill out few of the important newspapers like New York Times or the Washington Post till 2014 to 2024. What I mostly find is the either it's lamented with the securitized perception or with the emergency issue. It's like I don't know. It's like how difficult it is, especially for the state in global south, to take the climate-induced migration as an important subject to and to juxtapose it with the adaptation strategy, rather than lamenting it only in the national security issue.
I agree. We need to move beyond the securitization debate and ideally put in place policies that benefit those who are most at risk and most vulnerable to climate impacts. So I don't have a lot to contribute there. I think that what you're suggesting is that the same debate that's occurring on international levels between states is also occurring within countries, and that decision makers are making decisions based more on trying to preserve the privilege of the elite than they are on sharing wealth or expanding. So there is, I will say that in some countries, social protection mechanisms are being piloted and tested. I think in Ethiopia, they've had some social protection mechanisms. So the idea is that, if you fall below a certain level of well-being or food availability or whatever, there's some safety net there. And these are things that could ameliorate situations for many rural populations. Other observations?
We will have, sir.
Hello. Hello, Professor. It was a nice presentation. I have one question. Since Bihar is a critical case for development studies, and there are many research, especially I will talk about the foreign developed countries, professors or researchers who are doing collaborations with like Bihar and institutes in order to bring some development, because we all know Bihar lacks in in terms of employment, in terms of health, nutrition, vulnerability. So they are a critical case for development studies. But since a lot many research collaborations have been happening, but there is no ground impact being seen. Like I am from Bihar, and there is no ground impact being seen. So what are your thoughts on it?
So I had a conversation over lunch, and I think it was a very helpful one in which someone who's a participant here said, look, we developed the vulnerability maps, we identify where the vulnerability is, but then what? And this is often a problem, and I admit that I'm not contributing to a solution to that problem necessarily, because you may go off and generate your own vulnerability maps. Where I think that the challenge is for many academics, we're not well versed as practitioners in actually implementing changes on the ground. And partly it's we like a little bit the academic remove. We have a little protection mechanism. We study phenomena, but we're not too deeply involved in the phenomena. And I'm not saying every academic in this room. I can speak for myself mainly, in that I know that I enjoy studying the problem, but I don't always enjoy getting my hands dirty trying to come up with a solution. So it could be just a challenge to all of us to think about how the implications of our studies could actually make a difference and be implemented a change in the localities where we're working. That may mean forming longer term relationships with the populations that we're studying. So it's not just, oh, I just come in, I've done this one study, then I'm gone, and then you never see me again. But actually, I'm doing this study over the long haul, and I'm actually going to walk with you. And I'm not going to be able to solve all your problems, but I may be an advocate for you when it comes to talking about to policymakers or to others some of the things that are needed in your locality. I don't know if any of you have been thinking about that or been challenged in that way. I've been challenged at my workplace because I live near Harlem, which is one of the poorest communities in New York, and we have some engagement with environmental justice groups in Harlem through my center, but I haven't necessarily personally been involved in like working with a community, trying to solve problems, figure out how to get access to the power and the money and the finance to actually change things on the ground. So it's a challenge to all of us basically to not just do our academic studies, but to actually move beyond that. I will say one thing, many of you young academics, you're trying to publish papers, you have a lot of pressure on you. I'm not trying to add another level of pressure. Partly the academic system itself, uh, I've seen the pressure on some of you, so I've sort of seen the degree of pressure on you. The academic system itself, and this is changing a bit in the US, maybe it could change in India as well, needs to reward community engagement. If there's no reward for being involved with communities over the long haul, and all you're judged on is your teaching and your academic publication record, then in some ways academia is failing in its role to be a change agent in society. Our climate school is trying to push in that direction of rewarding people more for actual ground level impact. But I know there's a good fraction of my colleagues that are involved in that kind of thing, but it takes this special mindset and a special aptitude, capability to do that kind of work.
Professor, I actually worked like field. I did my field work for 3 months basically with one of the US professor from Georgia Tech. So when I went to the field, I found it that we were trying to do our work, like we were interviewing them, we were like taking their time, but the problems that they were suffering and no solution was provided to them. They were like so distressed. So it felt like we are just trying to mint like money, just using their poverty and unemployment and all things. So
Yep, it's a classic problem. You're bringing up a very important point, and that is that we tend to be extractive when we do our research. And people are left, their time has been taken. My principle, anyway, is if you take people's time, you should compensate them for the time they gave to answering your survey. That's a minimum. That's just like the minimum. And so, if you have to build a budget that basically accommodates giving everybody, what is it, equivalent of, in the Indian context, maybe it would be equivalent of $2 to $3 or something that might make a difference for them in some way materially. I don't know if that's the right level. When we were going to go to the Gambia in Africa, we were going to give people $5 for participating. So just to say that that's something that maybe people should consider here.
Okay, we will have actually we will first have the test, and after that I think we will have enough time to discuss more things too, because after the test we have to wait for the validating function for till 6, so we can discuss a lot of things. We have some till 5, sorry till 5, so more much we have half an hour, so we can discuss about that. Okay, so the Google form link will be shared to the WhatsApp group, as well as the scanner also. When QR scanning code will also be shared, and we all will be given 30 minutes to complete. 25 questions are there. Each questions will carry 2 marks. If there is any network issue, we may roam around, I mean getting outside, but not that far outside of the campus, but we can go out for so that our mobile can have a better internet. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and a good evening to all of you present here. On behalf of the Department of Geography, Jamia Millia Islamia, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory function of the Global Initiative for Academic Networks course on climate change vulnerability, migration and displacement, the growing challenge and potential policy responses in collaboration with Columbia University, New York, United States of America. Today, as we gather to mark the conclusion of this intellectually enriching course, we are honored by the presence of our distinguished guests, eminent academicians, dedicated faculty members, brilliant scholars, and our valued participants. Let us bring this August gathering with the recitation, begin this August gathering with the recitation of the verses from the Holy Quran, which brings peace, reflection, and sense of solemnity to our occasion. I invite Muhammad Mamoon Rashid to kindly recite verses from the Holy Quran.
Myself, Mohammed Mahmoud Rashid, I am here to recite Surah Al-Asr, that is chapter 103 from Holy Quran. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. I seek refuge with Allah from the accursed Shaitan, and in the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the merciful. By the time, indeed, man is in loss, except those who believed and did righteous deeds, and advised each other to truth, and advised each other to the patience. Sadaqallahul Azim.
Jazakallah khair, Mamoon. May these words guide us and our thoughts and actions. Now, as we proceed, as a token of reverence and appreciation, we now have the ceremonial presentation to our dignitaries, a symbolic gesture of growth, knowledge, and gratitude. To do the honors, now I first request Professor Atiqur Rahman Sir, Chairperson, Department of Geography, Jamia Millia Islamia, to felicitate our esteemed Chief Guest, Professor Mazhar Asif Sir, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Jamia Millia Islamia. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Masood Ahsan Siddiqui, sir, to kindly felicitate our chief guest of honor, Professor Muhammad Mehtab Alam Rizvi, sir, the Registrar, Jamia Millia Islamia.
डीजे हाँ हाँ सब
जी
दे
सर,
दो। मोमेंटो भी होगा
जी
तस्वीर भी होगी सब
जी जी. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Professor Harun Sajjad, sir, to felicitate Professor Alex D. Sherbinin, sir, the foreign faculty from Columbia University, United States of America. Thank you, sir. Next, I request Professor Lubna Siddiqui, madam, to felicitate Professor Saiduddin, sir, the Dean, Faculty of Sciences, Jamia Millia Islamia. Thank you very much. Now it's time to relish a university tarana, an anthem that symbolizes our legacy, pride, and unity as members of the Jamia fraternity. Please.
मिला यहीं से शौक की बेरातियों को रात मिला किसी ने होश को बख्शा जुनून का पैरान किसी ने होश को बख्शा जुनून का पैरान यहीं से लाल सहरा को ये सुराग मिला यहीं से लाल सहरा को ये सुराग मिला के दिल के दाग को किस तरह रखते हैं रोशन के दिल के दाग को किस तरह रखते हैं रोशन दया रे शौक मेरा शहरे आरज़ू मेरा शहरे आरज़ू मेरा दया रे शौक मेरा शहरे आरज़ू मेरा शौक की बस्ती है सफीरों का गया ये अहले शौक की बस्ती है सफीरों का गया यहाँ की सुबहानी गालियाँ की शाम गई यहाँ की सुबहानी गालियाँ की शाम गई यहाँ के रस्मों रहे मैं कशी जुदा सबसे यहाँ के रस्मों रहे मैं कशी जुदा सबसे यहाँ के जाम नए तरह रब से जाम नहीं यहाँ के जाम नए तरह रब से जाम नहीं यहाँ पे तशना लगी मैं कशी का हासिल है यहाँ पे तशना लगी मैं कशी का हासिल है ये बज़्म दिल है यहाँ की सलाहियाँ नहीं ये बज़्म दिल है यहाँ की सलाहियाँ शौक मेरा दया रे शौक मेरा शहरे आरज़ू मेरा शहरे आरज़ू मेरा दया रे शौक मेरा शहरे आरज़ू मेरा यहाँ पे शम्मे हिदायत है सिर्फ अपना ज़मीन यहाँ पे शम्मे हिदायत है सिर्फ अपना ज़मीन यहाँ पे क़िबला-ए ईमान का बाए दिल है यहाँ पे क़िबला-ए ईमान का बाए दिल है सफ़र है दीन यहाँ कुफ्र है क़याम यहाँ सफ़र है दीन यहाँ कुफ्र है क़याम यहाँ पे राह रवी खुद हुसूले मंजिल है यहाँ पे राह रवी खुद हुसूले मंजिल है शनावरी का तक़ाज़ा है नौ बनो तूफ़ां शनावरी का तक़ाज़ा है नौ बनो तूफ़ां किनारे मौज में आसूदगी साहिल है किनारे मौज में आसूदगी साहिल है दया रे शौक मेरा दया रे शौक मेरा शहरे आरज़ू मेरा शहरे आरज़ू मेरा दया शहरे आरज़ू मेरा, शहरे आरज़ू मेरा, शहरे आरज़ू मेरा.
We feel delighted. Thank you. Now I feel privileged to invite the person whose vision and leadership steered this course to its successful conclusion. Professor Atiqur Rahman sir, the head of the Department of Geography and course coordinator of the GIAN program, to formally welcome the dignitaries and present the GIAN course report.
Thank you, Dr. Ghazal. Very good afternoon, good evening, rather, everyone. Honorable Vice Chancellor Sahab, Honorable Registrar Sahab, Dr. Alex, the Dean Faculty of Science, Dr. Parvez Hayat, my colleagues, invited guests, Chief Proctor, Security Advisor, all my invited guests, colleagues, and my dear students, and the most important is the course participant. Sir, I'm very thankful that you have spared some time. I know we had a 3 hours long marathon meeting for all officials of the university. Sir, thank you so much. Registrar Sahab, you spared some time. We are so very grateful with your presence. Sir, to give you a brief about few lines about the department. Sir, Department of Geography is one of the oldest department of the university. It was founded in 1958 by late Professor Qazi Muhammad Ahmad, who was the founder of not only the department but founder of the university. Then we started, sir, undergraduate department. We started in 1958, and full-fledged department was established in 1971. Then we started, sir, postgraduate diploma in remote sensing in 1984, and PG diploma in disaster management we started in 2015, and then subsequently we started PG MSc disaster management and climate study sustainability studies in 2018, and that is one of the mandate of UGC to teach disaster management. Was one of a very important subject that all the students of all disciplines should know, read it. In the recognition of this research and teaching which we do, sir, the UGC funded us as a DRS SAP number 1 program in 2016 and funded 62 lakhs of rupees. Subsequently, we approached little before to the Department of Science and Technology, and DST was funded as Department of FIST level 1 in 2014, and they funded to 72 lakhs of rupees. And with that, sir, we strengthen our lab, we strengthen our remote sensing GIS lab. Not only that, the other department labs of the department. Sir, faculty members have published more than 200 research papers in the last 5 years. And sir, I am very happy to report before you is that most of the paper is in SCI journals and in the top published papers, top journals of the world of our field with very high impact factor. Sir, Department of Geography has a very high citation, 3500 citation, and H index, if I talk about, it has 69 H index. That contributes a lot to the academic profile of the university. So the project that is being funded by the different agencies, UGC, ICSR, ICMR, we are happy to share with you that we were also associated with NASA, two NASA funded projects. That is one is on urban environmental management and the other is desert ecosystem. At present, sir, there are 450 students both at UG and PG level, and there are 70 research scholars of the department. So let me tell about very short about the GIAN. GIAN is a very important scheme that was started by the present government. Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji started this program way back in 2015, and it was started in fact at the retreat of IITs with the then MHRD Minister Smriti Irani in 2014 in Goa. I quote the GIAN, the motive of the GIAN, a system of guest lecture by internationally and nationally renowned experts would be evolved along with the comprehensive faculty development program, not only for few IITs, IIMs, NITs, etc., but also to the other parts of the country like state and central universities. With this objective, sir, Government of India approved new program that is called Global Initiative of Academic Network GIAN in higher education, aimed at tapping the talent pool of internationally renowned academicians like Dr. Alex, what we have today from the Columbia, scientists from abroad, to encourage their engagement with Indian institutes of higher education so that to augment the country's existing academic resources, accelerate the pace of quality reform, and elevate India's scientific and technological capacity to the global excellence. So,
there are 13 broad objective, broad discipline areas in which the government of India funds, or any faculty of the state and central universities are free to submit the GIAN proposal. The broad area of interest is architecture design, planning heritage, chemical, biochemical sciences, arts and environmental sciences, under which this program is going on, law, management, mathematics, and all branches of engineering. Not only this, sir, physical sciences, social sciences, other categories, and university categories. This is one important issue, and then second very important issue, sir, what you were focusing on in the deans and heads meeting little before, that we need to develop a repository, and that what we have SWAYAM and MOOCs. So this is one. Earlier in 2016 when we had, it was the program was just recorded and it was put in a CD and that is sent to the ministry. Now this program is live stream, sir. So we have selected 68 faculty members, young scholars across the country, and many of them could not come. So they have made it mandatory to have a live streaming of this program of all the lectures. So those who have not come, they can we share the link with the ministry and they put it on the GIAN platform and everybody can get benefited. The funding for this course is very good funding, 8,000 for 5 days and sir $12,000 for 10 days course. As per GIAN website, there were 3 phases that has been completed, and as of now 2,163 courses are approved and 1,848 completed as of now, and 1,654 number of unique foreign faculties were associated with the GIAN program, and more than 72,000 numbers of faculty, students and research scholars has participated. That means directly they have been benefited, 72,000. If I talk about, sir, I am happy to report the Jamia in GIAN in phase 1, 2 and 3, we got 31 courses approved. We submitted more than 100, but I am happy to share that we were one of the highest number of GIAN courses that was awarded to the Jamia Millia Islamia, apart from IITs, NITs and JNU, and after JNU we were there. In phase 3, sir, we submitted 42 proposals, and because of lockdown it was washed out. Even then 5 proposal GIAN plus MOOCs were approved. And in phase 4 we submitted 11 proposal and we got 3 approved. 2 was conducted little before and this is third one. So almost 33%. Sir, I am happy to report before you that the course on climate change, vulnerability, migration and displacement, growing challenges and potential policies, this is one of the very important. And this time ministry was very tough, very strict in terms of merit of the proposal, in terms of merit of the mainly the expert and the funds. I am happy to share that, and this is one of the most beautiful part of this course is that the participants, those who came here, are from Delhi University, BHU, JNU, Mysore, lovely Professional University, Sikkim Central University, Far East, then Aligarh, Jamia, my own university itself, Adams University, Calcutta, B.R. Ambedkar University, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kerala, Guru Govind Singh Indraprastha University, Qazi Nazrul Islam University, G.B. Pant University, Pantnagar. From industry people are there. GIC Limited Delhi Institute, top institutes of the country. There are faculty members, scholars also participating in this program. To name a few: Birla Institute of Technology, Pillani, Indian Institute of Home Science for Women, Coimbatore, Indian Institute, All India Management Association, Delhi, Birla Institute of Paleo Science, Lucknow, IIT Patna, IIT Indore, and IIT Trichy. So this is one, sir. And second beauty is that the people are from diverse disciplines. And in this program, sir, we had a series of lecture, 12 lecture, 10 lecture by Dr. Alex, and 2 lecture I made. And then we not only taught them the fundamental theoretical concept, but also we gave on hands-on demonstration. And we have very good labs in department, sir. We took them for 3 hours hands-on practice. What they learn in theory in the class, that beautiful data and statistics Alex has showed for across the world, how the climate is changing, how the displacement is taking place, and what we can do. So it is not just to learn the climate change vulnerability, but participants use the satellite data, very good satellite data, and I demonstrated in the CIT hall, and they went on and they successfully completed 2 projects, 2 exercises. One on climate change modeling, vulnerability modeling, and second was flood modeling for the Beas River basin. So the topics that was covered in very short time, That was introduction to theories and vulnerability of resilience, demographic concept of data analysis for climate change, urbanization in climate change, another very important issue, coastal cities, urban heat island, stress and water supply, Indian scenario. Then we talked about a lecture on urban vulnerability indices in India, the power of remote sensing data and GIS tool that I did it. Then we had a lecture on Indian perspective on climate change, migration, adaptation, vulnerability policies, what government of India is doing, what all contribution is being done, and India is playing a very important role in mitigation of climate change. That is good part of it. Then we have the migration theory, past and present scenario. Then we have another lecture on climate change, induced migration, displacement, evidence from research. Alex has showed all the, he's covered all parts of the world, taking Africa, then Central America, South America, Asia. Beautiful, such a interesting data. I cannot say with my own words. Participant will give the feedback. Then we had lecture on modeling future climate mitigation. Then we have the urban microclimate change mitigation and future scenario. Then policy response adaptation in India and subcontinental at the global south. That is also very important. We should not only talk about theory and research, that has to be converted, that has to be translated into a policy document. So that will be very that will be very highly beneficial. So these were some brief report. As a course coordinator of this program, important program, I wanted to put before you, sir. Thank you so much, and I am very thankful to Alice that he has spared time, and to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful overview and for leading this initiative with such clarity and commitment. No event is complete without hearing from the ones it's designed for, our enthusiastic participants. Let us now invite a few of them to share their feedback and reflections on the GIAN course experience. I invite Dr. Akriti Grover, Madam, to share her reflections from this GIAN course.
I will stand. Thank you. Good evening, sir. Good evening. A very good evening to Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Registrar, sir, Dr. Alex, distinguished guests, respected colleagues and participants. I am Akriti Grover from Department School of Global Affairs at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi, but I'm trained as a geographer. We have been immersed in back-to-back lectures and tutorials from the last 5 days, but we have not been tired, and all thanks goes to the magic of Dr. Alex and Professor Atikur Rahman sir here, who enthusiastically and very energetically kept our minds awake and kept prompting us and made the sessions very interactive. And also, I thank the enthusiastic learners here who participated in the discussions after these sessions, as well as during the breaks, wherever they could find time, As a faculty participant, I feel that I'm very lucky that I was surrounded by young, bright minds that made me also feel younger than what I am. So that was an added advantage for me. I took best advantage of that, and I tried to be with the scholars as much as possible. I must acknowledge the warmth, the care and impeccable hospitality of Jamia Millia Islamia under the leadership and guidance of Atikur Rahman sir and his team that have dedicated hours and hours not only for these 5 days, but also there is a lot of effort that has gone in creation of the proposal, arranging the lectures, preparing the schedules, and it's a wonderful job. And he made us not only welcome but also cared for, which is very unique, and that is the experience that matters the most for all of us. Lectures are recorded, we can go back and learn, we can contact Professor Alex, but this experience is something which we will never forget in our lives, So I'm grateful to the Government of India for initiating this GIAN initiative, and the organizing team headed by Honorable Vice Chancellor sir, Registrar sir, and for all of you to give us an opportunity to come here, be a participant, and hopefully these new ideas, these scintillating talks are going to continue and would translate into some meaningful researches and collaborations in the future. So I once again congratulate everyone. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to be the part of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. His thoughts. Do we have Dr. Abdul Rahman?
Good evening and Assalamu alaikum. So I am Dr. Abdul Rahman, postdoctoral fellow, Indian Institute of Eminence, University of Delhi. It is a very great opportunity for like young-minded us. We have been gathered here at this evening. So the topic which was selected for this GIAN program, climate change vulnerability, is very important and vibrant topic at this needed topic as well as to this current scenario. So all the lectures given, lectures and tutorials which has been delivered by the international faculty, Professor Alex, as well as the Indian expert, Professor Atikur Rahman sir, has fully engaged without any time breaks. It was a fantastic experience. Time was managed entirely. And the lectures were very informative and has been given to this hands-on exercises were wonderful. And the topics which is not basic or neither or nor and very advanced, it can be understand every layman, or as well as we have a multidisciplinary participants, so everyone can able to understand the concept and the fluency of the lecture. And I believe this GIAN program provide us an opportunity to rethink of the system which has been exist, as well as to the think to the future perspective. Another major highlight of this course is they are providing the course material and the live recording which can be shared to all the participants as well as here as well as to this outside of the campus. So whenever we want, we can recall the things and we can reproduce it for our whenever it's needed. Through this GIAN program, we have understand the what are the global approach to this climate change and how it can be incorporated to the Indian context. That has been highly appreciable. We all satisfied with this program, and finally thank to the organizers and the supporting authorities, office bearers, offer this course to us at the National Leading Knowledge Dissemination System, GIAN. Thank you.
Now I invite Dr. Kulsum Salamti to share her experience.
Thank you. Good evening, respected dignitaries and dear delegates. I am overwhelmed at the culmination of this very intellectually stimulating exercise, 5 days the program. So I begin with the GIAN initiative itself. So this is a very monumental, revolutionary move by the government of India it's at par with the sustainable development goals of the United Nations, specifically the SDG 4, which is inclusive and accessible education for all. So this course is very revolutionary in that sense, and the entire structuring, theme, as well as the design of this course, like the curriculum, was at par with those guidelines. So on that regard, it was a very fruitful and overall fulfilling exercise. Now coming to the theme of this GIAN workshop, climate change, vulnerability, migration, displacement. So this is a very pertinent, critical issue of the present scenario, and it is very scientifically and thoughtfully designed by the resource persons or scientists to cater to the current contemporary needs of the world, globally and nationally, both. So this course was at par with the Sustainable Development Goal for education, of course, and it's a very revolutionary, monumental e-resource, we can say, because there was entire live streaming for 5 days of the course, including the hands-on training and interactive sessions and all. So this, it's not that all India only like 60 to 70 participants of us could get a chance. Those who couldn't get a chance for this national asset, I would say, so they can easily access it. Our future generations can easily access this as a very important, pertinent e-resource. So this is, I think,
this is the best form of nation building exercise. This is in the interest of national nation building and national integrity, which the academicians can put forth. The theme is, as I said, is very scientifically designed. Coming to the curriculum and structuring of the course, it was so thoughtfully designed, I would say, that probably none of us at the end of the 10 to 6 or 5:30 schedule used to feel like tired or maybe exhausted. We were as fresh because the lectures, first of all, I would say, they were not monotonous. They were very descriptive in nature. They were map illustrations. There was various geospatial technologies, which probably some of them we were also not aware of. Those were given, those were shown to us. So I think the lectures were very intellectually stimulating to us, and there were tutorials given by the experts and hands-on training. So this course was not only just theoretical learning; it was very applied in nature. Every day in the evening we had tutorials, exercises. There were group discussions and presentations. So it was overall engaging experience, and there were interactive sessions, as I said, and yes, so this is a very inclusive in nature course. The course was it touched all the topics pertaining to climate change, migration, vulnerability, displacement, their challenges, and potential policy responses. So it was an overall experience. Not only a researcher from climate stream could benefit from it, or earth science or atmospheric sciences, a researcher from probably international relations, political science, or every field could gain from this. So it's a very fruitful and overall a very nice exercise. So I am going home with a very happy and fulfilled heart. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity. This is actually my first GIAN course, and actually, I was one of the first participants to apply for this course. I was very excited to join here. And first of all, I have to talk about Adik sir. I came to know about you from a friend who's doing PhD from Delhi University. He told like sir was the best in GIS and remote sensing of the department. So ever since that, I wanted to meet you, and this helped me for that. And about sir, like he was very caring to all of our participants. He was more like a parent to all of us, asking about how was the session and all, with a warm grace on his face. Actually, his students are very lucky to have him. And also Alex sir, he's from Columbia University, which is also my favorite Ivy League. Sir has given a lot of intellectual knowledge to all of us. His deep knowledge and global research experience added immense value to our understanding, especially on climate-induced displacement and policy frameworks. And his lectures combined with Atiq sir's lectures, when it comes to the Indian scenario, was intellectually stimulating. And also, I have to thank the coordinators for patiently guiding us through all of the practical sessions. Thank you so much for your guidance. And the way this course was conducted, with its balance between theoretical frameworks with real world case studies and interaction, reflects the academic excellence of the department. And personally, it helped me to pursue further in the research field. And once again, thank you for the opportunity. I hope to stay connected with the department and contribute it.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you all for your valuable feedback. It truly adds value and encouragement to our future endeavors. It is now my honor to invite a stalwart of academic leadership at Jamia Millia Islamia, Professor Saiduddin Sir, the Dean Faculty of Sciences, to kindly address the gathering. Professor Saiduddin Sir is a distinguished physicist at Jamia Millia Islamia. Sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Mazhar Asif Sahab, Professor Alex de Sherbinin, Professor Mehtab Alam Sahab, Registrar JMI, Professor Atiqur Rahman Sahab, dear colleagues, participants and students, Assalamu alaikum and good evening to all of you. Sitting here, I here feel very satisfied and happy that the Department of Geography has very successfully completed the 5-day GIAN program on a theme which is globally important, that is the impact of climate change and the framing of policies to tackle this serious issue, where climate-driven disasters have forced mass displacements of humans, caused destruction of livestock, the erosion of the fertile soil, etc. As I hear, I am confident that the participants were able to appreciate the importance of such studies and were also able to extract maximum benefit from the interaction they had with the experts. I congratulate the Department of Geography and Dr. Atiqur Rahman Sir and all his colleagues for putting a lot of hard work to make this program a great success. I thank the international expert Professor Alex for his gracious presence in this program, and I hope that the Department of Geography would continue to benefit from his expertise in future and continue to march on the path of enlightenment and progress. I wish him good health. On my personal behalf and on the behalf of Faculty of Sciences, I am very thankful to our Vice Chancellor and the Registrar Sahab for their unconditional support in promoting all such academic endeavors initiated by the various departments of the faculty. Thank you once again, sir, and thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words and continued support towards academic excellence. We are truly privileged to have with us an internationally acclaimed scholar who brought global insights to this course, Professor Alex D. Sherbinin, sir, from Columbia University, United States of America. So I invite you, sir, to share your reflections with us.
That's fine. I told her to skip it. Look, this has been an incredible experience for me, and I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thanks to Atik for arranging this course. We've known each other 20 years, and when you first proposed this, I maybe was a little skeptical and wasn't sure it would all come together, but now that it has come together, I'm very grateful to have been part of it. I also want to thank your students. They've been wonderful from the very beginning. When I met Rehan at the airport, and then he became my chauffeur as I went to the squash court, badminton event, Intejar. Oh, and we also visited the Lotus Temple, the Mod Wasim, no, sorry, the Mughal Gateway. And so we had a lovely visit around Delhi. The traffic was a bit of an issue, but we managed. We managed. Rejwal, you did a great job. Every time you touched that, it was like magic. You made the technology work, and Indita, it was really a pleasure to meet you as well. It's been so fulfilling meeting all of the students of Atik, because you can see they're kind of like a family as well. Speaking of family, whenever I enter the home of a Muslim family, I feel so welcome. As a Christian, I can say that the demonstration of hospitality and the warmth and the welcome is like no other. And so I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. I know other participants have said, look, I could have been there on the digital, platform watching these from afar, but I wouldn't have experienced the warmth and the hospitality that was provided by the colleagues here at Jamia Millia Islamia University. So I just have to say that I also learned about the excellence, the history of excellence. I learned a lot about the geography department here and the work that's being done. Columbia University, to our shame, eliminated geography in 1986. I've been for 25 years trying to reconstitute geography at Columbia by just bringing the techniques, the tools, and the insights of our discipline. To see it being honored here by the presence of the Vice Chancellor is something, and of course the Registrar and the Dean, is something that makes my heart very warm, because I've been trying to get the attention of even the dean of our college. So this is something that I just have to say is a real encouragement to me as a geographer. I have consistently emphasized throughout the course the contributions of geography to the study of climate vulnerability, climate mobility, and urbanization. And I think that all of the students here are to be commended because you were absorbing, listening. I didn't see a single person fall asleep during the entire course, which is, there was just a lot of material being presented. And I just have to say, nobody was busily working on their phone, doing, WeChat or WhatsApp. They were focused and paying attention. So to each of you to be commended, and I believe you're going to be receiving some certificates now. So with that, I wanted to mention Mohammed Wasim gave me a schooling in badminton. So I went over to the sports complex that you have. He's a nationally recognized badminton player, and to have him train me in how to hit the shuttlecock. I'm a tennis player, so I had a few basic skills, but really this was most appreciated and one of the highlights of my visit here. Also, I had the best chicken dinner, chicken korma up at the market up here on the and that's thanks to Atiq Rahman. So thanks again, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Professor Shabinin sir. Your presence and contribution have enriched this course immensely. Now we have with us a dignitary whose guidance strengthens the academic framework of this university. Professor Muhammad Mehtab Alam Rizvi sir, the Honorable Registrar of Jamia Millia Islamia. Sir, I request you to kindly share your thoughts with us.
Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Mazhar Asif Saab, Dean Faculty of Science Saiduddin Saab, Professor Atiqul Rahman Saab, Head Department of Geography, Dr. Alex from Columbia University, my dear colleague, my dear participant, good evening, Assalamu alaikum and Namaskar. Today, because you have heard a lot of subject, lot of topic related to GIAN and climate change, etc. So I'm not going to discuss in detail, but I'm giving some brief idea about the climate change and vulnerability and GIAN program. The basic purpose of the GIAN program to open in our country is that the basic meaning of the GIAN means knowledge. Okay, this is the Hindi word GIAN. Okay, so GIAN means knowledge. So whatever you know, whatever you have knowledge related to your areas, we should share with our juniors, with our scientists, with our young scientists, our young researchers. And that is the reason in GIAN model we used to call the expert from outside the country and also within the country. Why we are doing that? Because the another purpose of the GIAN is to share the views and collaborate with one scientist to another scientist, from the one country to another country, and our younger scholar should also learn from the expert, those who are from the outside the country or within the country, etc. So senior should guide the younger scientist or younger generation. So this is the basic purpose of the GIAN, and the topic chosen by Professor Atiq Saab is really very good, and this is the demand in the nature even today also. And a lot of issues we have discussed related to climate change and vulnerability. If we talk about the climate change, this is the human made. How the climate change come? We can just take the example of COVID-19. Okay, during the COVID period, we used to talk about now cloud is very clean. We can easily see the cloud from the earth. Now look the birds how they are moving from here and there. Why this is happening? Because we started to stop our car because of the ban from the government, each and every government all over the world. So we cannot travel from this place to another place. So we cannot take our car in the market or on the street or on the road, etc. Even aeroplane was also closed during that time. So because of the minimization of human activities related to cooling or related to heating or relating to, you can say, the mainly due to the human activities, we have created this problem of the world, and that is the reason problem of the climate change came in not only in India but all over the world. And the second word you have used, that is again the very interesting, related to migration and displacement in the topic. Because of the climate change, lot of people migrating from one place to another place, and the best example we can take the Maldives, and best example we can take the Iceland. The people, those who are living on the Iceland, they are demanding lands in the plain area, and Maldives government always used to request India and some other country, even Canada also part of that, to give some land to our citizen can settle in your country. But because of the concept of sovereignty, we cannot allow, or other country cannot allow the citizen to settle in the another country. But why this is happening? Because of the climate change, and people are afraid. So migration and displacement, these are the interlink and directly linked with the climate change. The third thing you have added in your topic related to growing challenges. This is the big challenges for all of us, and I'm sure Dr. Elix, because he's a very good expert on climate change and vulnerability, etc. So he has given lot of ideas about that today. I don't know, he did not speak more about the climate change, etc. because of scarcity of the time, lack of time, etc. But I'm sure you have also, especially the participant, may be benefited because of his lecture, etc. So climate change is the human made. So how we can reduce, we know very well, and what is the challenges, we also know very well. But some response and some measures have been also taken from the government side, but some measures should also taken from citizen of the country in all over the world. I think more than 4-5 billion people now directly impact with the climate change, and they are forced to migrate from one place to another place. So if this type of discussion used to take place in all over the world, ultimately we can also change the world, and we can reduce the carbon emission, we can reduce the problem of the climate change, etc. And just for sake of example, I am sharing with you during the not I'm talking about the ancient period or modern period. We can just take the example of 50 years back. We all are just used to take bicycle and used to go 5 kilometers, 6 kilometers, not used to take a car and bike, etc. So from bicycle we used to go 10 kilometers, etc. So there is no any concept of climate change during that time. So climate change concept came because we are using more and more facility to not only in village but also in the city and all over the world. So this is also one of the reasons how we can reduce, because in the one family you can not only find the one car, but you can find 4 car, 5 cars for your father, mother and children also. So we can easily reduce it. If we can take the 2 cars, one car, that is enough for one family, but we are not thinking about, because I have money so I can buy more and more cars. So this is the another problem of the climate change. So we should think about that. Another example, we can say that we are using the air condition. Air condition is good for us. Without air condition we cannot live. But when we are going outside from your room or from your house, at least that time you should switch off. So you can also save our life, we can also save our earth, we can also reduce the climate change and global emission, etc. So these are the practical things we can easily share with the people, so our younger generation can also be benefited. I know you are the good scientists, but practically we are not doing that. Yeah. So we should also think about the practical issue, etc. I don't want to take much more time because you are very tired now, because already 7:30 now. So thank you so much. Thank you everyone again.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and for your unwavering commitment to the institutional growth. It is my distinct privilege to invite our chief guest, Professor Mazhar Asif Sir, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Jamia Millia Islamia, whose visionary leadership is steering the university to new heights. I very humbly request, Sir, to deliver the valedictory address of this evening.
अच्छी सूरत को संवरने की जरूरत क्या है? If you are beautiful, there is no need of any kind of decoration. अच्छी सूरत को संवरने की जरूरत क्या है? सादगी में भी क़यामत की अदा होती है. Professor Mahatawalam Rizvi Sahib, registrar of this beautiful university. Professor Saiduddin Sahib, Dean Faculty of Sciences. And Professor Atikur Rahman Sahib, head of the department. And my dear friend, guest from Columbia University, Dr. Alex. My dear colleagues, Chief Proctor Sahib, Secretary Advisors, my dear students and friends. Dr. Alex, I am not a scientist. I have been a student of metaphysics. So everything I see in the light of metaphysics. All kind of problems created by us is a creating problem to us. Bad things happens, but good things you have to make it happen. Since the time immemorial, our culture, our history, our tradition is completely going with the nature. The problem arises when we are interfering in the nature. As a social geographist, you might be knowing that if you consider the entire world in a culture, there are two kinds of culture. One is the Abrahamic culture and one is the Sanatani culture. In Abrahamic culture, everything created by God is for us, for human beings. Animals, plant, hills, waters is meant for us. But when we talk about our culture, that is the Indian culture, it is not like that. That is why we have been grew in all kind of knowledge in the entire period of the history. Let me give you some example to understand how much concerned we are to the environment. You see, all kinds of animals we are having is associated with some gods and goddesses in our culture. Every kind of plants we are having is associated with some devis and devatas. Every kinds of birds are associated with some gods and goddesses. This is not to be worshipped. This is only to make it aware that they are to be honored. They must be respected. When the Quran says wal arza wa zaha lil anam fiha faqihatun naqlun wa zatul akmam wal habbu zulasf wa rahyan fa bi ayyi alai rabbikuma tukazziban. He talks about the plants, he talks about the fragrance, all kind of depression and the anxiety and all kind of diseases, this corona and these and that is happening because we are not following the right path. We are not following the path which was created by God, created by Allah and created by the Ishvars. all kind of tensions, anxieties, depressions. Early in the morning, what we do? Our student that scroll down the mobiles. How many yes, how many no's, how many likes, how many dislikes. We never support this kind of thing in our culture. Our culture is that early in the morning when you get up, you pronounce some namaz, puja. We should start with our life with some spiritual things. Where there is a spiritualism, there is a humanism. So I was talking about the different kind of animals. How is it associated? Let's talk about the lion. Lion is associated with Saraswati. Parvati. Our Durga or Parvati are the same. Is riding on the lion. Why? It means you have to respect. Let them give the example of one family in our India. That family is called the Shiva. Shiva is having a snake in her neck. You might have seen it. Then his wife Parvati is riding on the lion. They have two sons, Ganesha and Kartikeya. The Ganesha is riding on mice, chuha, and the Kartikeya is riding on the peacock. Mr. Alex, you will be surprised to know that mice is a very good food for the snake, and the Nandi, the bull, is sitting in front of the Shiva, and the bull is very good food for the lion, and a snake is very good food for the peacock. But you will be surprised that neither the lion is eating the bull, nor the snake is eating the mouse, and not the peacock is eating the snake. So this is our culture. This is our tradition that we have to respect nature, we have to respect humanism, and we have to respect diversity. In your country, you are only one having one language. You will be surprised to know that in India, we are speaking more than 2000 languages spoken today in India. Every candidate sitting here, they are at least they can speak 3 languages. I'm right. Everyone can speak 3 languages. So such a diverse country, and we have such a love for our nature. Let us talk about the trees. There is a tree called Ashoka. There is a tree called mango, bed, banyan. They all are associated with the god and goddess. These are the medicinal plants. Talk about the birds. What I am trying to recollect to you, relocate to you that in our culture, is a Sanatani culture or Indian culture, there is a clear-cut guidelines that you must respect to all kind of nature created by God. We are not to be consumed. We are made for each other. These plants which are in front of you, we are also made for each other. That's why we associate the plants and animals and the birds with our gods and goddess. The same case, Dr. Alex, you will be surprised to know that we Indian do not throw anything. Even the small soap which we are using, we use till it is broken. Take it out the shampoo. Shampoo sachet, if it is shampoo is over, we put some water and we move it. Then we use it. You have to do the same thing. Yes. And the banyan we wear till it is rotten. And we talk about the recycling. The recycling, the practice in India, you will never find it in any world. Let me give you one example. In our rural areas, any one of you from rural area sitting here? Okay, okay. Our mother used to wear the cotton sari, isn't it? When the cotton sari is torn down, we you make it bistar, canary, phalia to sleep. We never throw it. Then again, when it is damaged, we make it pieces and use it as a potani, lipa putti, to clean the surface. And it is not over. Recycling is still going on. If that is totally complete damage, then our mother took out the उसका धागा निकालती हैं and they make it चिराग में जलने की बत्ती, put it into the kerosene and you give the light. Still it is not over. If there are a new child born in around our mahallas and they used to kajal, that kajal is made of that. You see, this is 5 kind of recycling and we never throw anything to anywhere. That is the best example of recycling. Even today we are doing it in our homes. But the problem is that we the people have cut off our culture, cut off our villages, cut off our traditions, and we are not following the path which shown us by our religious leader, by God, and by Ishwar, and by Allah, and we have deviated it. وَجَعَلْنَا اللَّيْلُ نَهَارًا وَجَعَلْنَا اللَّيْلُ لِبَاسًا وَجَعَلْنَا النَّهَارَ مَعَاشًا. God had said it. I have made night to take rest and night to work. But it is got opposite. No one sleep before 1:30 or 2:30. They get up 9:30. When your routine is like that, you will be disturbed. Tension will come to your mind. Anxiety will come to your mind. So my humble request to all of you, first of all, let me thank to the geography department. I am surprised to know, sir, geography in Hindi called Bhugol. Bhugol means, what is Bhugol? Earth is round. Yes. Yani, we are so advanced that we have named our subject as a scientist. Bhugol, yani earth is round. Now it has been proved. So our subject is earth is round. Bhugol. So must thank to the Professor Atikur Rahman Sahib and Professor Sajuddin Sahib and all their colleague to organizing this GIAN workshop, and I am very thankful to all of my participants coming from different university, different institution, and I, on behalf of the Jamia, being the guardian of the Jamia, I welcome all of you to this beautiful university. This is not only in a university, it is a tradition, it is a history, it is a culture, it is our dream. It is Shahar-e Arzu, it is a desire of, it is the city of desire. So in this university, as a Vice Chancellor, I welcome all of you, and I am sure that you might have utilized this opportunity, and I think that there should be any kind of problem in your fooding. For food, we are the best, and our community is also best for the food. कुछ नहीं तो कम से कम बिरयानी ही सही. So I must thankful to all of you, all of the participants, and be careful and you, as much as possible, try to follow the राह मुस्तकीम, the right path, जो सबसे मुश्किल और सबसे बड़ा रास्ता है. You try to follow that. You try to be kind to each and every plant, each and every animals, and try to that no money, no any creature of God should hurt from your words or your body or your structures. So all of you, I am very thankful to you. Sarve bhavantu sukhina. Sarve santu niramaya. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful words and for your inspiring presence at this valedictory ceremony. It is only because of your encouragement that we have been able to organize this collaborative event. I am confident that this program will help all the faculties, academicians, government officials, and the representatives of the private firms who have participated in this course. Now we proceed towards one of the most awaited moments of today's function, the certificate distribution ceremony, which is a recognition of the participants' successful completion of the GIAN course. Each certificate is not just a token, but a testament to the knowledge shared, the ideas exchanged, and the commitment shown by every participant during the entire course. The participants are requested to come forward when their names are being announced, and I very humbly request our Vice Chancellor, sir, to kindly do the honors. I invite Dr. Alok Kumar to kindly come over to receive his certificate.
सर्टिफिकेट वही रख दीजिए.
नाम कॉल आउट करूंगी सर. Next we have Nivedita Singh.
Can anybody have a photograph? कोई photograph ले रहा है इनका? अरे कोई तो photograph ले लो भाई.
Nivedita Singh. Mohammad Rejaul Islam. Dr. Akriti Grover. Dr. S. Saravanan. Gaurav Kumar.
Next, Gaurav.
Purushottam Tiwari. Pradeep Sarkar.
ठीक है come fast. Next please. बोलिए.
Karishma Yadav.
Yes.
Chetna Vij. Sana Afreen. Aisha Zaheen.
Aisha. Sana, she's coming. Aisha, you come.
Sakhinder Yadav. Guru Dayal Kumar. Dr. Rajiv Sarkar. Mohammad Rehan. Brijesh Kumar Mishra. Tabish Rab. Mohammad Suhail Raja. Jannat Khosla. Aishwarya Jose. Manish Mamgai. Mehjabeen. उन्नति वाशने, डॉक्टर नजरीन खानम, Thank you very much, sir. Now I very humbly request the registrar, sir, Jamia Millia Islamia, to kindly come over to help us with the certificate distribution. Aman Khan, Smriti Kumari, Samreen Fatima, Kumar Gaurav, Dr. Kulsum Salahuddin, Abdul Samad, Teresa Joseph, Harsh Raj, Shadman Nahid, Dr. Muhammad Kaikubad Ali, Nisa Suhani, Muhammad Imtiaz, Siddharth Verma, Tulika Borai, Soumya Priyadarshini, Adrija Sen Gupta, Ria Bose, Dr. S. Abdul Rahman, Nitish Kumar, Kaniz Fatima, Revati Warrior, Prateek Kumar Mishra, Anandita Das, Intijar Ansari, Umair Ahmad, Kumar Saurav. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Alex Sherbanian, sir, to kindly help us in the certificate distribution. Thank you, sir. Yes. Parthiv Dev, Suhail Ahmad, Saman Nusrat, Abhinav Yadav, Somendra Kumar, thank you, sir. Thank you. Now I request Dean, sir, to kindly do the honors. Vishal Kumar, Zainul Abidin, Sangram Sahu, Varun Singh, Muhammad Suhail Aman, Huma Aftab, Ufaira Khan, Muhammad Muqeed Khan, Srija Das, Anurag Yadav, Shubhangi Yadav, Muhammad Wasim. Thank you, sir. Please be seated. As we draw this memorable evening to a close, it is time to express our heartfelt gratitude. I now request Dr. Hassan Raja Naqvi to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing team.
So, good evening and assalamu alaikum to all of you. It is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on the occasion of valedictory function of Global Initiative for Academic Networks GIAN course. So, on the behalf of the Department of Geography, we extend our thanks to Honorable Vice Chancellor Jamia Millia Islamia, Professor Mazhar Asif, for his incessant support in all academic pursuits and who always deliver his best to support the faculty for conducting such programs for the upliftment of Jamia Millia Islamia. And we would seek the same support in future too, sir. Thanks a lot. We are also thankful to the Honorable Registrar of Jamia Millia Islamia, Professor Mohammad Mehtab Alam Rizvi, for his generous support and coordination in facilitating the program. Your assistance played a vital role in conducting this event smoothly, and we sincerely appreciate your dedication to academic excellence. The support and resources provided by the Ministry of Education, Government of India is highly acknowledged for conducting this program. I extend my sincere vote of thanks to Professor Alex, faculty of Columbia University, New York, USA, for accepting this joint venture. And he delivered all the lectures in this GIAN course, and he spoke very well about some relevant points on the given theme related to vulnerability and resilience, urbanization and climate change, laying climate change mitigation adaptation. And he has also shared his experience about the climate change induced migration and the displacement. Moreover, he also talked about the modeling of future climate migration and urban microclimate change and its mitigation. Along with Professor Atik, they have given a very insightful lectures about the on the given theme, and they also interacted to the participants in open discussion to get the views on problems and share the ideas as a small step towards finding the solution and formulating the policies for sustainable solution. Sir, your experience and insightful lectures in these 5 days were excellent, and I am sure that all the participants have learned a lot from you.
And I like your response. Okay, very much on the saying that Honorable Vice Chancellor said. So we would definitely seek your participation and a possible future collaboration in different ways. Thank you so much, Professor Alex, for all your support and efforts. Next, we are thankful to the Dean, Faculty of Sciences, Professor Saiduddin, for his continuous support, guidance, and helping hand for conducting such programs at department level. So it is always easy for us to conduct such kind of events very smoothly. Your consistent support encourages us to organize such events more and more in the future too. We are extremely thankful to Professor Himayu Akhtar Nazami, in charge Nehru Guest House, for all the arrangements. We are also thankful for the hard work and dedicated team of FTK CIT. And the special thanks to our cameraman, Mr. Vikrant, for recording and live streaming of, of all the lectures in these 5 days. Thank you so much, brother, for your efforts and this exhausting task that you are doing very well. So we are grateful to our department head and also a course coordinator of GIAN, Professor Atikur Rahman, for his address remarks. His dedication towards departmental growth and generous support in planning and arrangement of resources since the inception of plan to organize this GIAN event is highly appreciated. Professor Rahman and the Professor Rahman handled it very smartly and made this academic venture a very grand success. We are also thankful to the other senior faculty members of Department of Geography, Professor Masood Hassan Siddiqui, Professor Mary Tahir, Professor Harun Sajjad, and Professor Lubna Siddiqui, who always there and their continuous guidance and managerial talent for making this kind of programs possible at the departmental level. So the other faculty members of Professor Taruna Bansal, Aruna Pacha ma'am, and Afsar Alam, Adnan sir, Adnan bhai, Asif bhai, and Ghazal, and myself, along with Dr. Ismail, I'm thankful to all of them and the other guest faculties and the non-teaching staff who actively involved and their helped in this event are highly acknowledged. Last but not the least, thanks to all the wonderful participants throughout the India who seeks to advance their skills for career advancement through this course. We want to express heartfelt gratitude to all the participants and ensure you enhanced your knowledge through insightful lectures and hands-on training on these sessions from the great speakers like Dr. Alex and Professor Atikur Rahman. And I also highlight the very I want to express thanks to to Dr. Parvez Hayat, who joined this occasion uh, along with us in this wonderful evening. Thank you so much to all of you once again.
एट द लास्ट सर बहुत शुक्रिया सर, आपने टाइम दिया, 4 घंटे की मीटिंग में सुबह से बिजी थे, बहुत शुक्रिया. और कोई चीज रहेगी इफ वी हैव डन समथिंग रॉन्ग, so I'm sorry for that to the all participants. And thank you to Parvez for providing good food.
Thank you, Dr.
And CIT people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lawrence. Thank you. Nice to meet you. You are most welcome to Jamia. I'm sure that you are enjoying our campus. Me and my